to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. We'll start the day with Mr. Mosi Pisa and his sons Andrew and Jensen from the Baha'i faith, who will open the meeting with a song and a prayer and a karakia. Please come up to the front.
And thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of your meeting today. And we wish you all the best for your deliberation and consultation today. And it's an honor for us to be part of this. It's one of the highest institutions of the city, and we appreciated that. So we start with the song, and Jensen will recite the karakia and end with one song.
Kia ora.
E foha o e lauma lie ko e ku ulua ki a kona ki e ni ke ma'u haloto o kuma'a manawa o fa moloto fie malie keke oko ai ko e fuka o e pule oku au hangata a pea ta e ngata. O divine providence, this assemblage is composed of thy friends who are attracted to thy beauty and are set ablaze by the fire of thy love. Turn these souls into heavenly angels. Resuscitate them through the breath of thy Holy Spirit. Grant them eloquent tongues and resolute hearts. Bestow upon them heavenly power and merciful susceptibilities. Cause them to become the promulgators of the oneness of mankind and the cause of love and concord in the world of humanity, so that the perilous darkness of ignorant prejudice may vanish through the light of the Sun of Truth. This dreary world may become illumined. This material realm may absorb the rays of the world of spirit. These are different colors may merge into one color, and the melody of praise may rise to the kingdom of thy sanctity. Verily, thou art the omnipotent and the almighty. The spot and the house and the place and the city and the heart and the mountain and the refuge and the cave and the the sea and the island and the meadow
Thank you very much. It was delightful. So now we have public forum, and speakers are reminded they have 5 minutes to speak, and then followed by 5 minutes of questions. There's a timer on the screen behind me that will keep track of that time, and you need to push the button on the microphone each time you speak and bring it nice and close to you, and you're best to even bring it round directly in front so you can speak straight into it and keep it nice and close, and then all the people listening at home will be able to hear clearly. So firstly, we have Mr. Daniel Harmes from the manager of the Dunedin Wildlife Fund. Be on the board, I would think.
Trustees, yeah.
Board. Very good.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou Atiputi whānau. My pleasure to be here to represent the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital and standing in for Jordana, who you guys would have seen in this position before. She's off rescuing sea lion pups. So, she's asked me to come along and speak. And look, very simply, this is to give you a bit of a recap of last year and what your partnership has meant for us and what you guys have helped us achieve in the city, for our wildlife. So, yeah, it's really a thank you. Now, I'm not technologically advanced enough to move this on, so let's do that one. Here we go. So this is 2024 by the numbers. So if you guys want to look into some stats around how your contribution to our organisation has helped wildlife in the city, high number of patients that we've looked after, and 61% of those were classified at risk or threatened. And the picture there, you might note that that's actually in partnership there with City Forests, releasing a falcon. I was lucky enough to be involved on that day. We also relieved 2 hawks as well that day, to Kahu. So yeah, your contribution is needed and very much used wisely in terms of how we enmesh and embed ourselves into the local community and work with your companies that sit alongside you in your holdings company. Skip on. Was that the button? Here we go. So talked about being embedded in the Ōtapiti community. We upped our community engagement and events last year, which has also included some ambitious ones like the free and family-friendly Wild About Dunedin event. You've got those events coming up again in April for Wild Dunedin Week. Also part of that was a ball, the Wild Night Masquerade Ball. The tickets for the 2025 event are actually on sale now, so that's a plug. It's an incredible night. Do get along if you can, and it's for a great cause. Also made the press a few times as well, which is really good for wildlife, really good for us, but also fantastic for the city too, putting us on the map in a positive way in terms of what we are doing for our wildlife and how we're looking after them in New Zealand's wildlife capital. That's us here in Dunedin, so we should be shouting about that, and we get the opportunity to do that and give a really cool platform for the city. So we appreciate that. Some of the headlines there as well around the Hoi Ho being crowned Bird of the Year last year. We've got a little bit more coming up on that as I get into this, but just thought I'd share with you some of our patients. Now, I've been told to read something here. This says here, Jordana said, Daniel, read this verbatim, do not go rogue. As if I would. The hospital has just signed a provisional agreement with an undisclosed DCC department for a very exciting project, which will be cost neutral to the city, and if everything goes to plan, which naturally it will be huge for wildlife, huge for us, and huge for the city, including drawing in overseas visitors. There's a clue in this slide, but can't say any more than this. It says here, don't give them any more hints, and be sure to give Steve a stern look. So please don't ask me any other questions. I have no idea what that's about, but apparently there's a clue in that picture. So one of those 3 patients, I'm assuming. Cute picture of a kahu there with some amazing footwear. Quite often they get lead poisoning and it means their feet kind of seize up. But anyway, I'm not a vet. Moving on to our recommendation for Bird of the Year, which will be Taraponga. I think that's one of your favourites. Yeah, good, Sophie, thank you. But much maligned bird, and we've obviously had a couple of high-profile cases of animal cruelty around that. One of them actually ended up in our hospital, and actually is still in our hospital being treated. I'm running out of time, so in that case, I will just move swiftly on and say thank you very much for all of your support, and it's gone a long way to help us achieve many of our goals, so thank you.
We have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thanks for your presentation, and thank you for your invaluable work. I assume that you'll be visiting us during the 9-year plan debate in respect of ongoing funding support?
That would be the idea, yep.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your presentation. Last night I attended the Predator-Free AGM, and I just wondered, it occurred to me that given we're the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and we certainly like to promote ourselves as that, the work of the Wildlife Hospital, Predator-Free, and all the groups under that umbrella, and the Wild Dunedin Festival are all extremely important to the city in terms of its branding. Do you have any comments on that, in terms of that coalition, if you like?
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I totally agree. We are the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and we need to promote that as much as we can. And front and centre of that is how we collaborate with our partners. And we believe that there's a good level of open collaboration already, but it's really work in progress. And we want to make sure that we're doing all that we can. I think I touched on the Wild Dunedin event there, plus also what we're doing with the Yellow-Eyed Penguin Trust. And but in my opinion, there's always more to be done. We can always do more.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Hopefully I've got time for 2. One very quick one. You said 70% of the patients are from Dunedin. Can you answer the question of roughly how far flung the rest of them were? I mean, are we talking just lower south, or are we talking what, further afield?
Yes, so majority of them outside of that 70% will still be Otago or Southland.
And the other question is, I was lucky enough to come and have a tour through the hospital, and while I was there was a tuatara being operated on. I was told that going into that surgery, the chance of survival was at best 10%. However, A, they were going to try, and B, it was about the knowledge that was gained from those particular surgeries. So how much of the work that the hospital does feeds into the global understanding of treating some species?
Great question. So we have partnerships with vets around the country, and so quite often when we have the hoi-ho chick breeding season, we'll have vets coming in from all around the country to assist us in that program. And there's good levels of communication with all academic institutions around the country as well to ensure that information's passed on. Lisa's currently going through a PhD, which will be feeding into that community as well. So no, it's good levels of communication. Yep.
Very good. Any further questions? I have one in the picture of the kiwi with the triumvirate of birds. Was it a tokaweka or a rowi?
You've tested me there. I can't answer. Is it tokaweka? Yeah, it just came to me. Yeah.
Southwestern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just curious. Thank you. All right. So there we've covered it, and within time. Well done. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you. No, thank you for your contribution again. Appreciate it. Awesome.
And next we have Dr. Dave Carter and Dr. Catherine Hode from Massey University College of Creative Art, who have an AV, they have a Zoom link. Well, they're on the Zoom link here and have a presentation for us. Well, they'll present their research on the economic and wellbeing value of live performance in Aotearoa.
Te whānau, thank you so much for giving us your time today. Sorry, we're just working out some tech issue in the room.
Should be it.
Is that better? 1 second. Yeah. Awesome. Apologies, sorry, didn't want to eat into time. So, ko Catherine Ho, tōku ingoa?
Ko te kata toko ingoa.
We're joining you here from Te Whanganui Atara. We both work at Toiro Wharangi, College of Creative Arts. And we're here today to very briefly speak to the findings of a report we released in November of last year, titled Measuring and Articulating the Value of Live Performance in Aotearoa. So over a period of 18 months, we worked with the live performance sector and audiences across the motu to build an evidence base for the value of live performance in Aotearoa. This work was funded by Manatū Tonga. It involved surveying 13,000 audience members at 323 events across all regions of Aotearoa between June of 2023 and July 2024. We surveyed another 5,000 people from the general public to produce a representative sample of attendance at live performance events. We also analysed 743 annual reports from live performance producers and Te Tai Ohanga, the Treasury budget papers. We spoke extensively with sector stakeholders and we undertook whakawhiti kōrero with audiences.
This extensive and detailed data enabled us to put some very large numbers, $17.3 billion, to the benefits contributed by live performance activity in Aotearoa using a methodology called cost-benefit analysis. More importantly, we can show that for every dollar spent on live performance by audiences, producers and governments, the wider community receives $3.20 worth of benefits. These include 60,500 jobs created, $3 billion in profits retained by businesses all across the economy, and $209 million in taxation revenue, from about $75 million in government spending at all levels. It also includes $1.2 billion in volunteers' time and about $7.5 billion in wellbeing benefits articulated using Treasury modelling. All of this is detailed a lot more extensively in the report. What we want to use this brief time today to speak to is aspects of this work that were particularly pertinent to Dunedin. From the project, there's a strong pride in a deeply rooted cultural and creative legacy in Dunedin that carries international meaning. And we know that Council has committed to a live music action and implementation plan, including supporting increased live music opportunities and activation in public space, support for venues and consideration of planning overlays, which is all hugely encouraging.
However, we also know from the folks we spoke to throughout the project that grassroots venues have been closing in Dunedin for a long time, and the city's cultural infrastructure and so participation has been declining for a number of years. So the economic, social and wellbeing benefits we've highlighted today grow or diminish based on this participation. So we'd really like to take this space and this opportunity to open up a kind of corridor to consider what Council can do to invest in grassroots cultural infrastructure, to remove barriers to access for producers and audiences who want to engage in live performance. We're really grateful for this opportunity today to share this mahi, handing over these numbers and opening up that corridor about what the next steps could be. We're really keen to help out, to be involved in those conversations. And you can contact us at that below email. And we're also happy to field any partai today. So ngā mihi nui, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. You okay to field questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Gilbert?
We'll just see if we can kill the space echo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. While you're trying to figure that one out, I'll see if I can get my question in. The 60,500 jobs that you mentioned, I'm curious to know, were the performers included as part of that, or are they on top of that? And also, were the volunteer community part of that 60,500? And if so, what percentage of the 6,500 is the volunteer lot?
So broadly, sorry, Marianne, can you just close your lid? We'll just see if that stops it. So the 60,500 FTE is jobs created across the whole economy. So it would include performers as a fraction of that, but it doesn't include volunteers. So volunteer labour is calculated separately.
So that's sort of the hospitality kind of aspect of it. That sort of.
So performers and like production staff, venue staff, hospo staff, even all the way through. So we're looking at impacts across the whole economy. So all the way through to things like taxi drivers, babysitters, various other jobs that are created by audience and producer spending in this sector.
Thank you.
Councillor Geary.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be part of be there for the presentation when you initially presented the findings. And you'll be pleased to know I did mention them to my colleagues the very next day at a council meeting. My very basic question to you is, often people frame the arts, live performances, as a nice to have aspect of our society. What would be your response to that?
In a nutshell, it's a have to have, which I know is kind of the obvious answer, but I think the report made really clear that the arts have all these really widespread economic benefits, which is a language that government and Treasury speak. But we also saw the well-being value, so also the sense of cultural engagement, the sense of civic participation, the enlivening of civic spaces that are enabled by performing arts is really, really crucial to actually having performing arts in those spaces as well. So I think the kind of nice to have rhetoric, I think, really overlooks the huge amount of value that performing arts add to cultural and civic spaces. Do you have?
I guess at a more fundamental level, we can show all of these economic impacts. I think the report points to like the value that the live performance sector has for Aotearoa. But I think more fundamentally, we sometimes talk about these things backwards. We talk about we talk about culture serving the economy. We talk about society serving the economy rather than the economy fundamentally serving society.
Thank you for your really impactful research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, guys, for the presentation. This question assumes you've read the OLMAP, the Urupuri Live Music Action Plan, so I'll ask it in the context of you probably having done that, I hope. You'll be aware that during this 9-year plan process, we've included funding for one of the 36 actions, which is importantly Action 35, to fund a position to drive some of the actions within the plan, which is 36 plans, action plans. Having read the plan, are there any of those action plans that you think are or is there anything lacking that you think should be added, particularly around, you talked a wee bit about the live music spaces, and the plan does sort of cover that. So I'm just interested to know if there's anything you feel that plan lacks.
No, that's okay. So I don't have the plan in front of me,
question.
so I won't speak too much to the detail. Reading it cold without a corridor around it, one of the things I noticed was some of those implementation elements are sort of funding dependent. And so I think the plan is quite comprehensive and looks awesome. I guess the challenge will be whether there's funding able to be found to implement all of those 36 recommendations.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for zooming in. That we've got an issue in our city around, obviously, you know, the Fortune closed down a few years ago, and we now have, as a result of that, quite a few professional theatre practitioners have left the city because of that, so that's a job impact. Can you talk about the benefits of having a professional theatre in your city? Because we had 17 million in our budget, but it's no longer there, unfortunately, for a professional theatre, but we're still trying to keep that alive. But the ecosystems that can evolve around that and a bit of the benefits of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ecosystems is a really wonderful word to use in that space as well. We spoke to quite a few theatre producers over the course of the project who had a really strong sense that theatres were kind of community linchpins and they were spaces that supported grassroots community identity development. Theatres are really important spaces for families as well, and that was quite pronounced in a way that we didn't necessarily see across other art forms. And I think what we also tended to see, not necessarily just in Dunedin, but across other cities, is that theatres are really vital training grounds for those next generations of performers and producers and that kind of arts workforce more generally. So when we kind of see the burnout or the attrition of that workforce, it means we are losing intergenerational practitioners because they are going overseas or they're going to other countries. So I think the kind of interconnected ecosystem that you point to misses out if you don't have places and folks to put on those shows, to welcome families in, to provide training grounds, to tell stories that are distinct to Aotearoa. And yeah, it was really fascinating, the kind of sense of theatre in particular as a really important community and family linchpin in particular spaces. I'm not sure if there's other stuff that came up for you speaking to theatre.
No, I think just broadly from a cost-benefit analysis and looking at that impact stuff. Audiences want to go to a range of things. We know that there's a substantial number of folk who want to attend live performance but are not able, either because the particular type of performance they want to see isn't available to them, or they have access needs that aren't being met. And particularly regionally, we found things like theatre and live music, other things where that offer wasn't there. People were just unable to go unless it meant travelling and incurring a substantial cost. So I guess there's not just that cultural impact, there's also a demonstrable economic and volunteering, well-being benefit that comes from having a diverse range of offerings that sort of tailors or caters to everyone in the city.
Yeah, I think as well, theatre spaces are often like multi-purpose spaces. So it's not necessarily just putting on live shows, but they provide really important cultural spaces for communities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay. And thank you very much for being with us and presenting to us today.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is Bill Ackland for absence and for Councillor Marie Lefiso for lateness. No further. So I move that we accept those apologies. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 4, confirmation of agenda. I move that Council confirms the agenda with the alteration that item S2, draft consultation document for local water done well, be taken before item 12, the sustainability framework update. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any commentary? No? All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making if a conflict arises. Are there any changes or updates to the register? No, I see none, so I move that Council notes the elected members' interest register as attached and confirms the management plan for elected members' interest and ELT members' interest. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas, any commentary? All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting 26 February 2025. Shown in your agenda is page 17. I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes on that date as a correct record. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Do we have any commentary? Okay, so I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And item 6.2, the ordinary council meeting of 26 February 25. This looks like a repeat. So there's another part that I move that council confirms the public part of those minutes, which are shown in your agenda paper as on page 32, as a true and correct record. Also the 26th of February 25, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any commentary? All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, actions from resolutions of council meeting. Shown on page 36 of your agenda. Ms Graham, do you have some opening comments? No opening comments. Questions? Do we have any questions about the actions from resolutions of council meetings? Councillor O'Malley.
Is the MOU with Christchurch in this item, or is it
just attached for councillors' information?
open for questions, right? I just want to look on page 47, the joint working group, and the membership of it. It's actually 5.7. Now I've got to find it again. Effectively, though, the joint working group at the moment is made up exclusively of staff.
Correct. Mr. Ward is leading that from the council DCC's perspective.
I guess this whole Three Waters thing has had a lot of political activity in it over the years, and I'm wondering why nobody from the elected side of each council is on this working group.
Because that's what was decided when the draft MOU was considered by council. The next step, when the framework is developed, will include the governance layer.
That'll be a fair way into the arrangement before anybody with a political perspective on it has had an eye on it.
I'll let Mr. Ward talk about the timing, but it's not that far away.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. So the working group has a relatively short period to bring forward and test the viable collaboration shared service opportunities, with the expectation that we'll bring that back to Council for consideration mid-May.
I guess my question is the presence of an elected person slowing that down?
It's just not what was agreed, Councillor, and this paper came to Council for discussion. This is what was determined and that's what was executed.
Thank you, then I'll just wait for speech.
Further questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Probably come as no surprise, page 57, the single-use cups. My question, I guess, is how is it still working towards, given it was the first part was meant to be done by the end of last year and it's still working towards? What's the hold-up?
I can talk to you about the hold-up specifically in non-public. There's a specific hold-up.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Page 54, about the invitation to Business South to join the Zero Carbon Alliance Group, which we requested back in August, and then I see they're invited in January, early January. I'm just wondering where that might be. That seems to be very, I mean, we're now end of March. It's a very long...
Sorry, apologies for cutting you off there, Deputy Mayor. Yes, we have formally invited them, and we've requested an update quite a number of times, and we'll continue to do that, but we haven't as yet had any formal response from them.
Excellent. Are there any further questions? I see none. Therefore, I'll move that Council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Council meetings attached. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any commentary? Yes.
I'm obviously not on the forward work programme, but the other attachment with the MOU with Christchurch. During the Three Waters reform, at the times where this city's assets were under direct threat by the government, I worked closely with Pauline Cotter, who is now the Deputy Mayor of Christchurch, to establish, outside the mayoral support that we didn't have at the time, a relationship between the two councils. I don't know Aaron Keon, who's now the current Chair of Infrastructure at the moment, but I believe that this is a combination of operational and political. The council has made a position on where it stands on the asset, and it's made a position on how it wants to work with other councils. I am glad that this working group is moving forward, and I have no negative commentary on what they are doing. I think they're in fact doing a good job, but I believe that in fact we must always recognise that in this particular instance pressure is coming from central government all the time, and therefore this is a political as well as an operational activity. And so I'm not going to move any motion to change this now, but I would like to make a clear statement that I want to have the political arm of this movement brought in as quickly as it can be, because it is an essential component of good outcomes for both cities. Thank you.
Yep, I think noted. But, there's nothing further to add, and certainly I have spoken with Ms. Cotter on several occasions, and I think and have spoken to Mayor Major about this issue further back in the past, and I think we'll certainly come into line once a few technical things are decided by the staff with the political arm. We'll join the fray. I think you can be fairly confident of that. Anyway, so with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 8. Forward Work Programme for Council. I see no looming comments.
Yes. And what I would say, and I probably should have said it on the last item, but the feedback we'd had from councillors is that with some of the actions they hadn't seen the output if they were letters or whatever. So that's why we attached the executed memorandum so that councillors were able to see some of those documents and had them in their records. So, it's a useful discussion, and your comments have been noted. There's no way for us to feedback on that just because of the nature of standing orders. So, we have noted your comments, Councillor O'Malley.
Yep. And so for this, the Forward Work Programme, do we have any questions? I see no. Yes, Councillor O'Malley.
What's happened to our appeal on the Otago Regional Council representation review? Is it active?
Refer to the Deputy Mayor who spoke to that.
I can speak to that because I spoke on behalf of Council as the Mayor was unavailable, and there was only us and QLDC who had appealed. It was all done by Zoom, and I stayed for the length of the appeals. My understanding is it's to be announced by the 10th or the 11th of April, and they definitely listened to our point of view, and QLDC had some similar commentary. So we'll hear in the next couple of weeks.
Councillor Gary.
Theoretically, if the decision does not go in the direction that we had hoped, do I recall that the next step would be Local Government Commission? That was the Local Government Commission? Oh, apologies. So there's nowhere to go beyond that. No, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council notes the updated Council Forward Work Programme. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 9. Te Awa Otago Issues and Opportunities Report, page 69 of our agenda. We have a range of people coming to speak to us. So I think it would be best if you were to introduce who we have. That way we'll all know. We've got seats. Yes, we have seats all around, so that's good.
Tēnā koutou, Mr Mayor, councillors, Rangatira, Sandy Graham and ELT. It's lovely to be here today. I'm Katie Egglesfield. I'm a DCC employee and I work in the Parks and Recreation Department. And today with me I have some ORC representatives. We have Hilary Lennox, Shay Vanderhoek and Anna Malloy. Basically what we've got today is a wonderful report called the Te Awa Otago Issues and Opportunities Report, which has been a long time coming. We have had it's been a group effort between ORC, DCC, Mana Whenua, and we've also had inputs from the University of Otago as the bigger organisations. But really this has been a community effort and it's been a huge engagement process to get to the stage that we are with this report. We started with the Otago Harbour Reserve Management Plan engagement and data, which informed our engagement process. It allowed us to be really targeted and specific about who we were talking to, and it gave us a great kind of springboard to get into engagement with over 40 organisations from around the harbour, including Port Otago, and multiple chats with Steve Rushbrook, our harbour master, who really helped inform and flesh out the portions of the report that we may not be quite so familiar with. We have ORC engaged law firm consultants who went through a stringent procurement process to decide they were going to be our consultant for the job, and they came with a breadth of environmental experience that we have been able to put into this report. What we're here today is to request an endorsement of this report and the identified next steps. The next steps will be ORC's integrated catchment plans, which are going to be led by Anna Malloy, and there will be various actions within the DCC departments, all who have also contributed to this report and the identified things in the spreadsheet. So what I was going to say, some of these items have been identified through the existing work streams, and others will be a long-term strategic kind of goals that we will work through various 10-year processes over the next 30 years to achieve these outcomes. I guess that's it from me, and have you got any questions?
Certainly. We do have questions. Firstly, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Congratulations on this piece of work, and it has been a long time coming. And I was reflecting on the differences between 2017, when the panel talked about this, and now. And I was just saying to you earlier that we now have a harbour master, so we have that maritime aspect. The thing I noticed about it is, and I understand why you chose the consultants you did upon reading it, because it's around the health of the harbour, which is obviously the first building block. I did wonder about the recreational users of the harbour and how during the next implementation period, the next steps, how you hope to engage more of the ordinary grassroots users of the harbour, people who perhaps aren't familiar with either of our council process, aren't engaged with council everyday activities, who are passionate about the harbour. So really interested to hear your reflections on that.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you for your question. So I just want to clarify, in terms of the numbers of people we engaged with, it was 40 plus meetings and engaged with over 100 people. But we do take your point that we didn't reach everyone through this process. There's only so many that you can do. But I think it's best in terms of how we identify the stakeholders for the next stage for the integrated management process. I think that's best that Anna speaks to that. That's all right.
Kia ora. That's a very good question. Basically, with the Integrated Catch Management Program, that being the program that ORC started based on the Long-Term Plan 2021, that's a principled way of working that's collaborative, adaptive, based on best information, needing to be focused, etc. To give effect to that program, we have been developing catchment action plans. These catchment action plans have, there's 8 tagged for the whole of the Otago region. We've got one underway or completed in the Catlins, one halfway through in the Upper Lakes, and the next one is going to start in the Taieri. If, when we take our paper to council in June, they agree that the next one after the Taieri would be the Dunedin Harbour and surrounds, then the first steps in that is pulling together an integrated catchment group. It's a very boring term, I know, and it can be called whatever you like, but basically one of the key aims for this program and one of our measures of success is a genuine collaboration. And by that we need people involved from the outset, and there's a big ask, a big commitment from those people. We partner first with our mana whenua partners, and then we undertake a robust or a stakeholder analysis that fits the area we're in. By that I mean we look at who's influenced by this plan, who can influence a plan, who's responsible for implementing parts of this plan without then knowing exactly what's in it at that time. So bringing together people who are then in a workshop setting for up to 12 months, 6 workshops say, meeting monthly, a couple of meetings either end to get to know each other and to sign it off. Means that we can't have everybody in the room, of course. So that stakeholder analysis is about working through those people who are able, committed, and bring us the most diverse, wide-ranging representation of the interests of the area we're looking at.
So I love the way you included artists, and that was something I had inputted early on, and that the harbour inspires our artists in the city. So that was wonderful. Second question would be just around, and colleagues, just to remind colleagues, we're just at the point of deliberations on the Otago Harbour Reserves Management Plan, which we need to make sure aligns with this, and thank you for coming and submitting to that. Did you feel from reading the plan that we can align the two? There are some overlaps, are there not? And of course Ms Eccleston is the lead on that.
Yes, there are many crossovers, and we've been working to make sure that they integrate really well, and specifically kind of linking into that recreation point that you made earlier would be that we have got some identified actions that we'd like to create an implementation plan from the reserve management plan, which will deal with how we address some of the real problems with how the recreation space is working within our harbour. So that will be something we'll be working through the Harbour Reserve Management Plan to achieve those.
Thank you. And finally, I just noticed that DCC isn't anywhere on the cover. I believe this was a joint project, obviously ORC led, but can someone talk to me about that? Because I guess I was disappointed believing this to be a joint project.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. So the cover is the logos of the authors, and the organisations sitting behind it are not actually featured on the cover. So we'll be working to make our presence known. Kia ora.
Excellent. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, followed by Councillors Houlihan, Parker, Gilbert and Benson Pope.
Thank you. Yeah, the whole issue of covers. Thanks for this report. It's excellent, and thank you for your work on this. My question follows on from the first question from Councillor Gary, and I have no problem with the recommendations here. And it's to that the engagement with 40. That's the thing that caught me. And I know whenever you go through this process, it's really hard to get everyone involved. But did you feel there was any groups that were overrepresented, or any groups you really tried to try and include next time, particularly recreational users? And I ask this as a local of the area, and I sense what will happen ultimately. We'll go through this process, then we'll have a group of people saying, why wasn't I included, why wasn't I asked, blah blah blah. So I know this isn't easy, but what are going to be the processes? That lovely smile there, you've got a definitive answer, I can see.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. So I think probably just good to outline the steps we went through. We did the consultants did a robust stakeholder analysis, and they brought in as many people from ORC and DCC and Otago actually to make sure that was as robust as it could be. And I think that was designed to be across as many subject areas and interest groups as possible. That we had headers that we were looking to cover there. And looking to really meet the purpose of the report. So I think coming off the back of the Reserve Management Plan consultation meant that we were able to look into things in more depth and gather the issues and opportunities. So that was kind of the purpose of those groups and individuals that we talked to. And I think, what we found in those meetings was, firstly, a massive commitment from Dunedin people to really generously share their points of view and depth of history. But we also found, as we started talking to more and more people, we started hearing many of the same things, and I think it gives us an indication that people are really interested in looking after the health of the harbour and on the same page. Kia
ora. Right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I live on the West Harbour, so I look out my window at the harbour every day. And this morning it was spectacular, the red sky. I wonder if we are up for, there's beautiful spots everywhere in the world, but I just think that's one of the best in the world, that view. It's incredible. But that's not a question. My question is the consultants who you've hired for the work, is that something ORC's paying, or are we paying half?
ORC generously footed the bill for the consultants. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few questions. I was just wanting to follow up on what the DCC's role is in this, because looking through the actions, I saw a lot of them were on the DCC. So I was looking at the governance structure, and I read the report that went to the ORC as well, which mentions about a governor. Here it says a governance structure may be established, and in the ORC report it sort of talks more about a governance structure, and I guess I'm concerned because DCC has actions, and with actions come resources. So I was just wondering, how is a governance structure going to be looked at?
Kia ora. I can only speak to the ICM component. As you see in the report, it's a wide canvas of issues and opportunities without any ranking or rating. The Integrated Catchment Management Program focuses primarily on the natural environment and its values, and also how those the natural environment underpins what we typically call human values, so social, economic and cultural values that we all are connected with. So as you see in the report, those suite of recommendations or actions that have been tagged with to be considered through ICM are the ones that would probably fall under the consideration of that process. A governance structure is the way we run the ICM program is that the ORC has an internal working group that councillors and mana whenua partners and community people are on, help set up the framework, how we do things, think about where we're going next, how do we need to change the process, etc. Then these integrated catchment groups, not a governance but more an operational working group that develop the catchment action plan itself. They're the two things we have in place. Having said that, I mentioned before that we're about to start a catchment action planning process in the Taieri. There we are currently looking at, I guess, adding a smaller, consistent little group of governance or governors to oversee that process. One, because the Taieri is huge, it's quite complex, there's a lot of different things and a lot of different moving parts, and there is already a governance group that meets that covers the Taieri for a different purpose. So it may be that a governance structure in between the operational group and this working group, I guess, or internal reference group of council is appropriate, but that's not for me to decide.
Thanks, Anna. I also would like to mention with regards to the actions that have been identified within the DCC's kind of framework. So the governance structures for the ICM process, as we've discussed, but I've been on the hustle around all of the departments across the city, and everyone is kind of on the same board as that they've provided different items that would be that will work within their own work streams, and anything that hasn't been funded yet would be something that, as we go through the next iterations of 10-year plans, we would look at. Because it's identified here, it's kind of like a strategy for the whole, it's like the whole team strategy of how we get this harbour looking the best it can. And so we would refer to this report when we came to you and said, we'd really like to do X, Y, Z. And, you know, it aligns with the goals that have been identified here. So it's not necessarily that we need to have a governance structure for those specific items that DCC have been identified, unless that would be something council wanted.
I guess here we're being asked to note a report, however it is challenging to wonder whether we're being, I'm just going to say, asked to be signed up by noting that's my concern, is how do we as governors oversee this. But given that there are quite a number of actions, and I'm actually looking with a tourism hat on because I can see some stuff here, as well as a council governance. So I'm just wondering how that works. That staff have done a lot of work here, and is that work as usual, or is there aspirational work in here? So
Mr. McLean's got something to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Your point is well made. So ORC have various reference groups and governance structures for their work. The actions that are listed in here are proposed actions that will be considered by each organisation individually through their own planning process and budgeting processes. The reference there to governance structure may be established. That will be for DCC and for the folks sitting around this table to decide on what governance looks like when we implement this, how we implement it. But yeah, so they are listed as actions, but they're to be budgeted and considered alongside all of council's other business, and how that's overseen by the councillors around the table is entirely up to council.
Thank you. My next question is it's on page 77, and it's talking about, it's got a bunch of tourism stuff in there, and it talks about embrace the existing tourism growth framework by Dunedin Host, and that's from, I think, 2017, and I would think that possibly it's been superseded by the Destination Ōtepoti plan. So, and I appreciate that the consultants were from Wellington, and I just wonder if there's any opportunity to have another look at that, to update it. There's some confusion about roles as well. It's got the next one, 3.2, building on Dunedin Host marketing platforms, which is, they're like an operator organisation. So I just wonder, you've got a beautiful bound copy. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to update any of that.
Yeah, we're happy to review, and then for the electronic copies can make sure that they are updated.
Thank you. My next question just around, I just never knew there was a cruise levy. It's on page 128 of the attachments, and it says a lack of transparency regarding value and use of funding from little mess up there, that the tour cruise levy boat operators in poor economic climate. This is consistent and relatively large funding stream for community projects, and I guess this is as ORC owns the port. And I've looked it up online and couldn't find it. How does that work? Is that part of this might be technical, this part of their statement of intent that they deliver back to the community, and how does that work?
I'd have to get back to you on that one, I'm afraid. I don't know the detail of it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gilbert?
Asked and answered. Okay. Oh, actually, no, sorry, there was one more that didn't get asked and answered. You're talking about tourism and the extra buses being put on, etc., as mentioned. A curiosity, if you can talk to access by train, are we any further on that other than between 8 and 8:02 if the wind is coming from the northwest and Kiwi Rail have had eggs for breakfast?
So, through the chair, just to clarify that the question is whether ORC would be investigating options for public transport between city centre and Port Chalmers.
Correct, and helping to facilitate that. As I understand it, the biggest hurdle is trying to get past the mood and temperament of Kiwi Rail, and whether there's any way we can kind of push this.
I can't speak to the relationship with Kiwi Rail specifically, but I did have a chat to our transport team about the opportunities for ORC to move into the rail space, and they indicated that ORC is in the business of providing public transport, not private transport, and so it's heavily subsidised transport. And if we were going to start getting into trains, we'd have to do a whole business case around trains for the whole region, and because there are calls for trains between town and Mosgiel as well. So I can't speak to the specific example that you made, but that was the response from the transport team, is that if we were going to move into trains, it would have to be as a whole business case.
Sorry, I was obviously not clear. We've got the train. That's not a problem. It's more a case of having, rather than just us calling out for the ability to use the train to get the cruise ship passengers into town easily, having ORC next to us saying, yes please. Is that something we can do?
It would have to be a question to take back to our transport team specifically, but if you would like to make the connection, I can give you a name and a number, and she'll thank me for that, I'm sure.
Good eye. Councillor, next we have Councillor Benson Pope, followed by Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Carey.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to see this report, and I'm also interested in the ICM development. I've just been scanning, though, the Appendix B in respect in particular of pollution issues around stormwater, and much and all as we know how difficult this is, there are still some major challenges around ongoing contamination from those very large point source discharges. That's the first. So the first question is, would we expect some more detailed recommendations to be coming from in the next report from the ICE that's due in May about that issue in particular?
Just to clarify, the next step is that we will be seeking formal approval or funding from ORC for the Otago Harbour to be the next ICM programme. There won't be another report coming in and also it's actually June. Sorry, in terms of paragraph 27A, we say that we're going to present a paper to council in May. It's actually June. Sorry, just to clarify, but there's not going to be another report coming in June yet. It's just the next stage in endorsing the ICM programme to kick off.
Okay, then the next question then relating to that is, there's a lot of discussion in here about investigation of methods of pollution reduction, but nowhere could I find any talk about remediation of the existing contamination and damage. Is that part of the brief?
I think that this is something that the report authors had explored, and it's something that was discussed in many of the conversations with the community. The existing situation, and I think probably where we arrived based on the research that they'd done and what they've published into the report is to move forward, looking at what we can do with what's happening now. Does that help to answer the question?
Well, moving forward and doing something about reducing contamination ongoing would definitely be progress, but it's only a scratch on the top of the whole story, isn't it? Given that for decades heavily contaminated sediment has been flowing into parts of the harbour, particularly the Andersons Bay Inlet and the head of the harbour, and if you're familiar with those waterways, you know how little benthic life there is. So I'm asking again, is that issue of remediation also going to be considered as part of this work?
In terms of the next steps, assuming there's a catchment action plan that is then developed, that the timing for that is yet to be determined. I can't speak to the content of that plan, but generally, issues. What they do is the process we follow is to work with, like I said, the representative group, our partners, and key stakeholders such as DCC, DOC, LENS, etc., to identify what it is about the area we're looking at that is of value, natural resource value, and then how that links to the human values. Value is a very broad term, I realise that. Then the next step, that's usually quite quick, and with the issues and opportunities report in front of us, a lot of that work has already been done, because then we look at what are the pressures upon those values, what's threatening the things that we depend upon or really find important. In doing that, it brings everybody onto the same page. Sometimes it's obvious, it's very obvious what the problems are, but some people see them differently. So it's a reasonable step, and looking at all the pressures, and then we try and rank them, because we can't look at everything, we can't address everything all at once. That's about the being focused. Once you've got the situation in hand, you go, right, this is what we all agree is happening, and these are the things we need to do something about. We develop strategies to do something about them. So my assumption would be that given the issue or the pressure you've outlined now, that would be something that be considered in the catchment action plan, rated, ranked, looked at what the potential strategies are to do something about it, whether they're regulatory or non-regulatory. I should point out the catchment action plans are non-regulatory plans. Where the solution is primarily regulatory, that would be noted and then moved to the appropriate place. However, if there is no regulation in place, then obviously the plan might want to advocate for such and such things like that. So I'm focused more on the non-regulatory side of things. So I can't see why an issue such as you've outlined that has such an environmental impact would not be included in that plan, but I'm not going to be the one developing the plan. I'll be facilitating that.
So 1st of April 2026, the discharge rules will be changing, and I know this because I've just done an ORC consent for the Botanic Gardens, and so monitoring will be required for all discharges, and we'll have to establish different levels of ammonium nitrate and phosphorus levels and things. So that's going to be a requirement of all discharges going into that have a discharge, that require a discharge consent. So I think, well, I'm hoping that as a result of that new regulation, that we will see some improvements in the stormwater space.
Which covers improvements going forward, but not the issue of consideration of remediation initiatives in the more polluted sediment.
So it's going to be a combined effort, as Anna was saying. So it will be in part if that's what this is outlined as environmental outcomes are improved, and the ICM process will go through that. So that's a non-regulatory approach, and then there's also regulation that's changing at the moment that will, so it will be a combined effort. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say it is a very robust report. Thank you. Integrated catchment management, is that really just under the traditional form of thinking of a catchment as in a watershed and the water running into that catchment area?
Yes and no. Apologies for the answer. Obviously, integrated catchment, a catchment is a watershed. Integrated catchment management across the world has similar but different meanings. I'm very aware in New Zealand here that integrated catchment management or integrated catchment management planning or catchment groups and so on are very focused on the catchment boundary itself, but also the issue of water and fresh water at that. My background comes from Australia, New South Wales, where integrated catchment management is the whole system. It's freshwater, estuary, marine. It's the biodiversity. It's the terrestrial biodiversity, the aquatic biodiversity, to some degree, obviously the soils that they depend upon. So the whole system and how that interacts. We use the term here because that's what we knew, or what I knew. In hindsight, I could have used ecosystem-based management. It might have been a better reflection of it. We've used this term now and we're kind of stuck with it. So basically what we do is, in terms of the boundary, in developing any plan you need a boundary, unfortunately. It's a line on a map. It doesn't necessarily mean anything to the animals or the pests or the trees that move beyond those boundaries. We found the watershed boundary is useful because at least the water works within that boundary. And that's why we use the term catchment management.
Thanks. And then, so I'm seeing basically environmental, recreational and economic outcomes in this report at different ports. There's different parts tend to focus on different components. Is there a hierarchy of consideration? In other words, are you going after environmental protection first, and then the recreation, and then maybe the economic follows? In other words, is there a hierarchy?
There is no hierarchy. The best way to explain it would be, as I mentioned before, the catchment action plans focus primarily on the value of the natural environment. And then they're not rated, or one is more important than the other. A lot of the aspects of the environment that we also value it for, recreation, culture, arts, economic value, water takes, health, amenity, all those other components that really are forefront of mind. Some are passive, and by just looking after the environment, those are achieved. Some are on both sides of the coin. That is, when done properly, the environment can sustain them, and it's a win-win. When we have unsustainable use of these things that we value, then they become a pressure upon the capital, if you like, that we depend upon. So in looking at all those various values, and again, sorry, apologies for the broad term, they're not ranked, but they are looked at how they work together, and which ones might be a little bit out of kilter.
And then I just want to focus on a very specific one, which is the harbour waterfront regeneration section, which is 1.2, page 75. There's 3 points in there, and I'm interested in your view. The first one is that there needs to be a safe pedestrian access across the railway line to the harbour. it's not clear whether or not we're going to fund a bridge at the moment. So with the absence of that, what do you think would happen to any ability to develop that area if you can't get pedestrians down there easily?
Well, I think we would be looking to review what we could do, and we'd work with Transport to achieve that. I mean, I think there's a number of people who would still love to see the pedestrian bridge, but it's it would have to be looked at and workshopped if we couldn't achieve a bridge. We've also looked at, from a reserve point of view, looking at the cross wharf, or we want to call it steamer basin. That's got like lots of colloquial names, but that area is still being used as a civic space occasionally, and so there's room to look at it in its isolation to make it better from a reserve point of view. So that is also something we've been looking at in the reserve management plan. It'd be nice if there was a nice reserve to go to, so that we're not just building a bridge to nowhere. So, yeah.
And then on the second one, draw on international local experience, and you quoted Wellington's waterfront. I don't know if you were aware that, in fact, the Otago Chocolate Company had already signed a lease on G-Shed before the harbour development, or it was about to sign a lease. It was actually written and unsigned before the harbour development occurred. And that as a consequence of the harbour development, the lease had a clause put in it that stopped the chocolate company going to the waterfront. You wouldn't be aware of that, but right. And because then I get on to the last one, the relocate industrial activities from the harbour, enabling land use change to occur. And you've got Port Otago down there as the active agent, which will also be Chalmers property, which is owned by the ORC. To where? Where would it go?
I think the best person to speak to that would be Port Otago, to be honest, but it's going to be a team project, and we'll work together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
This Harbour Issues and Opportunities report reads to me to be strong on issues and guardianship. But in terms of opportunities, I'm very surprised that the opportunities for commercial users of the harbour don't seem to have entered into the conversation. Commercial users of the harbour, we have the best natural harbour in the South Island, arguably. It would need to be deepened for the new bigger ships that we know are coming. Why is under opportunities, why is deepening of the harbour not looked at? And at the same time, why is reclamation opportunities to afford better port throughput not part of the opportunities report here?
The report reflects the ideas and opportunities that were identified through the engagement with all of the groups that were consulted, and so if there's something that's not in there, then it mustn't have come through strongly in the consultation.
So you didn't consult with commercial shipping, you didn't consult with private ship users of the harbour, you didn't consult with the Navy. It seems to me that there has been a blanket non-consultation with commerce, and the answer we've just had now about relocating commercial businesses from harbourside land to who knows where, again, seems to have excluded actual uses of the harbour and harbourside for commerce.
Thank you, Councillor. I would say that we have actually consulted with Port Otago specifically when we're talking about the previous question that was just addressed. And I guess there are many groups involved, and Mana Whenua are not in favour of reclamation or further dredging. And if Port Otago, for example, who are the primary dredger in the harbour, if they wanted to dredge more, then they would require a resource consent to do so, and so that is kind of separate to that their activities are facilitated through their own resource consenting processes, so it's not really an issue that we would be addressing in this report.
So just to clarify then, you haven't looked at commercial opportunities for the harbour because you've anticipated Mana Whenua would not approve?
I don't think that's a reflection of the process. We did engage with quite a number of commercial operators as put through this, through the engagement. I've just got a little list. I've got Port Otago, Ravensdown, Monarch Life, Southern Clams, some of the other agricultural. Sorry.
Port to Port Ferry.
Yeah. So I mean, I can get you a list of everyone who was engaged as part of the process if you like, but we very much did engage with the commercial sector.
Finally, regarding Ravensdown, my understanding is that the ORC has for many years facilitated discharges into the harbour from Ravensdown. I think there are 7 of them when I looked at them a number of years ago. And despite a lot of issues that were involved, everything from acid to sulphur dumping into the harbour, nothing was ever seen to be done. I now understand that Ravensdown's closing down anyway. Why is it that the issues in this report didn't include a lot of the issues from Ravensdown?
I can't speak to those issues specifically. I don't have the compliance records in front of me, but again, you know, what came through in this report was engagement with the community and what came out through that engagement. And so if something isn't in the report, then it just didn't come through strongly from the people who were consulted as part of the engagement. Not to say that anything was excluded. It's just not something that was clearly at the forefront of people's minds when they were engaging with them.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to move at the appropriate time to note the report. 2 things. The first one is the background to this. So, given amalgamation and the separating of the harbour under ORC's jurisdiction and some of the harbour-edged assets to DCC, the two were split, were they not? And we never had that shared vision. So would I be correct in saying this report is about that shared vision and the voices that haven't perhaps been heard before, whereas after amalgamation it was very much about the Port Otago and the commercial aspect of the harbour. But from the 2017 meeting, it was all about the other voices and a shared vision for the harbour. Do I have that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Very good. And just in terms of updating on the online one, on page 70 you talk about the other Te Awa Otago, which is also known as the Peninsula Connection, and at the time of writing clearly you wouldn't have necessarily known it's in our draft budgets. We still have a consultation to go through, but at some point, depending on the process in June, you'll want to update that. So you obviously saw value in Te Aka Otago through the work that you've done to date. Do you have any comments on that at all?
The Te Aka cycleway or shared path. The shared path has been amazing for the city, and it's promoted lots of activity. In the reserve spaces, we see a few kind of teething issues that we're working through, but generally the community loves it and uses it. So that's, I guess, the feedback that I can give, and that it's definitely bringing more people to the harbour, which is a wonderful place.
So finally, Ms Eggleston, can you just comment around the interaction through the reserves management plan with the smaller commercial operators? That's been part of that work as well, has it not?
Yes, parks are dealing with a number of issues around the smaller commercial users within our reserve spaces, and we're working on those issues in-house.
So they had a chance to submit to that process, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next we have Deputy Mayor Lucas, followed by Councillors Benson, Pope and Hulan.
Thank you. In your opening comments, Ms Egglesfield, you talked about this, and a lot of this, the issues that have been raised are kind of aspirational about their solutions, and this is like a long-term plan. But I just really want to follow up on Councillor Barker's comment, and also particularly Ms Malloy, your answers to Councillor Benson Pope and Councillor O'Malley, because a lot of these issues are very much pointed at the DCC to be able to come up with the solution for the harbour. And Councillor Barker's concerned that at this point it doesn't seem that DCC's involved in the governance or kind of prioritising the issues. And I hear you describe how the plan, going forward, Ms Malloy, how things are going to work. And it's just like, so you're coming up with this at the ORC with what you see as the solution. But if you haven't got one of the key players in the room around the table, I just find that that's quite challenging. I'm just not sure how you're going to bring us in on this, because we're going to need our budgets and our, even if it's you say it's our BAU, you need our ability to work through those issues as well.
That's a great question, and I alluded to it just before, that the makeup of this group that comes together to develop the plan comes out from a stakeholder analysis. The stakeholder analysis obviously has pointed a lot more at the wide-ranging community representation. We have reserved positions on these groups for the local district council, so DCC would be expected to be on that group. And in our other catchment action plans, we have had Clutha District Council on the Catlins one, and we have at least 4 people turning up from QLDC on the Upper Lakes one. So it's really important to us, and thank you for reiterating
it. With regards to the ICM process, that's how we'll be brought into the ORC's mechanisms, and I think when we're doing our different BAU actions, that's an opportunity if any of our departments want to involve ORC, because it goes both ways. I think we can make sure that those things are happening and that there's a contact, for DCC to engage. Yeah.
Okay, great. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. A question that relates to my earlier questions, but has a different focus. I'm looking in the attachment at the comments about monitoring and research in the harbour, and you make the comment that a holistic whole of harbour environmental monitoring approach would be beneficial, and then talk about that in detail. How extensive is the current water quality monitoring of the harbour that the ORC carries out?
Sorry, that wasn't me. So, we have a coastal scientist who has been how long has Sam been there? Not that long, eh? Yeah, and he's developing a more comprehensive and thorough state of the environment monitoring program on behalf of ORC. But we do have, and that my understanding is that's still in development or still being rolled out. We do have access to a lot of information through consent monitoring, which, so ORC has heaps of data they're submitted as part of consent applications, but also consent audits. And my understanding is that our coastal scientist, as part of his state of the environment monitoring, he's going to be looking at how we can bring all of that information together, because it's not just about the data that ORC goes out and collects, it's about the data that everyone else has as well.
Thank you. If I may, I think you've just confirmed what my concern was, that rather than being proactive about monitoring water quality, the ORC collects what other people do for other reasons, such as, not the harbour I know, but Blueskin, the clam people, whom I know were the only people monitoring Blueskin Bay, for example. What I'm trying to find out is whether the ORC fulfills its water quality responsibilities by actually monitoring anything itself.
Yep. So sorry, just to confirm, we are developing a monitoring program that will be ORC led, and ORC will actually be doing the monitoring. And what I was trying to explain was that we also, as well as, have all of the data that is submitted by other parties as well, but we are developing a program which would be ORC led.
So we're both correct. At the moment, the ORC doesn't do any proactive monitoring.
It's already started. But my understanding is, yeah. and it's increasing.
More sense.
Oh, no, we're already doing some, and it's increasing. I'd have to get this our coastal scientist to come in, and we could connect you with him, and he could provide you a description about the program. Probably better than me trying to fudge my way through it. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from a question that Councillor Vandervis asked about Ravensdown, that's quite concerning to hear is that correct? Is there contaminants going in the water from there? And are you, well, my next question was, are you monitoring it? But it sounds like there's an issue with that.
That's a question I'll have to refer back to our compliance team and our consent monitoring team. I can't answer that specifically, sorry.
Okay. At this stage, we've exhausted questions. Unless you're conjuring one up? No? Very good. Okay, so...
To me, I'm not going to move, but I believe somebody else
Yes, we've already got that covered. But you don't have a question? No. So look, thank you very much. That's been an exhaustive questioning process, so I think we've covered all the questions that people have had on their minds, and you've answered them fully. Thank you very much for coming along. It's been great. So we have a willingness from Councillor Wiley to Councillor Benson-Pope. Yes, are you aware? To move that we note the attached Te Awa Otago Issues and Opportunities Report. If I got that right, who's going to second that? No, Deputy Mayor Lucas. There we go. Would you like to speak to it, sir? No. Does anyone want to speak? Councillor Gary? A few people want to speak, so starting with Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From the time of amalgamation, when the assets of the harbour edge assets were separated off from resources and the harbour, which the ORC came under their umbrella, and they also had the resources to deal with it, and we did not in the Lolly Scramble, might I say. And a lot of our harbour edge assets have languished over time. Of recent times, there's been some great work done, and certainly our jetties and wharves are starting to be upgraded, which is wonderful. In 2017, as part of the Heritage Festival, the then Councillor Neville Peat chaired a panel discussion that had ORC, DCC, the chair of ORC, the mayor at the time, Mayor Cull. It had someone from the university, Edward Allison from Mana Whenua, and Yachting New Zealand. And they led a panel discussion, and out of that came the desire for the other voices to be heard besides the large commercial part of the harbour, which is Port Otago, and no one's arguing with the importance of the commercial aspect of the port. What was very clear was that people in this city value the harbour. It is the jewel in the crown of this city. And what was very clear was that Mana Whenua were very concerned about the health of the harbour, and I'm delighted to see that this has been the foundation of this piece of work. I congratulate those who have worked so hard on it, and hence they chose a consultant that was suitably qualified for this. I was initially concerned at the lack of a maritime aspect, but of course I realised that now, after 5 years of lobbying, ORC appointed a harbour master, and the harbour master even has a boat now, and a deputy harbour master. So we've come an awful long way in that time around acknowledging the importance of the harbour in so many different ways. The key to this piece of work is that it's a shared vision. It's not only about the major commercial operator on the harbour, it's about the recreational users, it's about the harbour edge facilities, it's about the artists who are inspired by the harbour. And I was absolutely delighted to see the Sculpture Trails suggestion in there, because many, many years ago I applied for Creative New Zealand funding unsuccessfully to get exactly that going. So the time has come, and clearly the voice of recreational users, these smaller operators, we all said years ago, gee, wouldn't it be amazing to see the shared path finished, to see a water taxi coming and going, to see bikes going, and guess what? That's exactly what is happening now. So we have to accommodate that. Alongside this is the work on the Otago Harbour Reserves Management Plan, and out of that will, I hope, come an implementation plan. That hasn't landed yet, and we're still we've done the hearings, conducted the hearings, and we've yet to deliberate. But the two things have alignment, there is overlap. And the next stage is around how do we make sure that the grassroots users of the harbour, everyday people who are perhaps not aware of our process, not necessarily concerned with our process and engaged in them, how do we incorporate them? Because people use the harbour in so many different ways. And there are new users. One of the newest is the foil yachts and I think even paddleboards. I don't know what they're called, but they've got a foil, and this is a new bit of technology. One of the most delightful things I ever saw on the harbour was a local paddleboarder with his dog on the paddleboard going past in McAndrew Bay. People use it in many different ways to recreate. Congratulations on the work, great bit of work. We haven't finished yet, we've just started. I'm incredibly enthusiastic about this. It has been worth waiting for. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
This report claims to look at harbour issues and opportunities. It's true that it does highlight a number of guardianship issues, but it does this, in my view, through an unbalanced cultural narrative. It fails to look at real opportunities for the harbour, in my view. In particular, it fails to recognise the fact that Dunedin's harbour, one of the most naturally spectacular harbours in the world, is probably the only undeveloped harbour in the Western world. It has an extraordinary amount of leasehold harbourside land, and the attempts, and I've been part of those attempts for more than a decade now, to get the ORC, which is the major holder of leasehold land around the harbour side, not the only leaseholder, but the major one, to freehold some of that land in order to allow development opportunities. There is no incentive for anyone, industry or otherwise, to build put a lot of money into land that they don't own and that the leases keep being cranked up on. So there's, in terms of opportunities, I think this report is, really, really lacking. The idea that we can simply ignore the fact that most of our imports and exports come through the harbour, and not recognise that there are real opportunities for developing the harbour so that it can be much more efficient regarding those imports and exports, I think is a real issue with this. So I can't vote for noting this as an issues and opportunities report, because I think it simply ignores the real opportunities for the harbour. And it's fairly unbalanced regarding the issues as well. I mean, Ravensdown obviously just being one example. So being blind to opportunities that I think are incredibly important for Dunedin is very disappointing for me, and I won't be voting for it as a result.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do love the report and the information and the actions in it, and I like that it takes a helicopter view of a very, very complex issue, because it's a wonderful harbour in our wildlife capital, and is the treasure for one of our treasures. We've got many treasures in Dunedin. I do think there's a bit of a hole at a governance level, and I think that that's something that we as the DCC need to think about, is how do we interact at a governance level with the ORC, and I'd say that we're not at the moment, and I think that's one of the challenges around when we come to note this plan. We had a workshop, but we haven't been involved at the governance level throughout this, and then when we look at what the a lot of the actions are there, it has DCC, 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 and in our heads I guess we hold our LTP, our strategic views, our carbon zero plan, and somehow we need to pull this all together and make sure that we are looking at that. So we do need to have those governance level talks, and I think that we could organise a meeting as soon as possible, perhaps to talk through some of that stuff. I see that I often get challenged nowadays by noting a report, because noting means many different things to many different people, and sometimes it might mean that we are accepting all of this and the responsibilities therein, and that is my challenge around the governance level. I will be obviously noting this, going to notice this, note this report as well. We also, when we talk about putting more work for council to do, we've heard from our staff previously about their pressure on the staff and on the resources and on the work program. So part of my concern is around getting our own work program done, and we are in the middle of doing all of our management plans as well. So I just want to just to note that, because we do need to focus on our own work as well. I guess that's it. I love the report. I think I just brought up a couple of things around tourism in there, and the new information that that Port Otago has a tourism levy, and I looked up, they put tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars, into local charities, including the Wildlife Hospital and others. So that's new information, which is good, and I couldn't find anything in their statement of intent to see how they're doing that, but I think we do need to note that, and also some of those opportunities around tourism and with the links back through to our destination plan as well. So we'll be supporting noting it, but I just put that, I guess, caveat there that we need to get together as a governance level and talk about how we as a council move this forward.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to our other speakers. I also enjoyed reading this report, the local history and the background. It was very thorough and fulsome. I liked how it incorporated environmental stewardship, access, connectivity, cultural, environmental preservation, the education experience, and the management, safety and operation of the harbour area. So those values came to the surface across all the user groups, and there were 7 themes that were distilled from the feedback: accessibility, environmental health, tourism, arts and culture, infrastructure, resilience, climate resilience and governance. A theme that I saw emerging was the limited access to awa, and this has come through in the hearings on the Otago Harbour Reserves Management Plan also. The jetties, the ageing wharves and safe access to the water have been prevalent in feedback received from the community. This is a well-being issue and a disconnect for our residents. The wharfs at Keres Bay are unsuitable for recreational use. The Aramoana wharf was removed and not replaced. This is a community risk in evacuation if the road was blocked in that area. There's a general perception that there needs to be more transparency around responsibility for harbour infrastructure. The North End Wharf is a hotspot due to the silt from the Orfeo and the access to the yacht basin. This is dangerous for boating and it requires ongoing attention. The wildlife is directly affected by this sedimentation. We've got the largest harbour in the nation. It's 25 kilometres long. The waterfront is underutilised. With such incredible proximity to the CBD, yet there's a disconnect. It would be great to have some sensible pedestrian access from the city to the steamer basin. We have poor wharf access, public spaces, amenities and resilient facilities generally lacking. It's great to see over time that there's been a reduction in dredging and improvement to water quality with the elimination of pollutants. We see this in the West Harbour with the Sawyers Bay Tannery closing down, Ravensdown fertiliser, and also the improvements to the raw sewerage. This has made life better for our marine life in general, and it's very pleasing because this is something that came through too, the concern for our flora and fauna and the environment. This is our wildlife capital, and we're talking about the marine life, habitation, and the quality of our tidal estuaries, and it was very pleasing that many of the people feeding back into this and also the Harbour Reserves Management Plan had the flora and fauna and our wildlife, our bird life and our marine species there at the forefront for them, being the voice of those without a voice, the little critters. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to start out and say this is a very good report, and I believe it has captured most of the issues and themes that have been come back from the community. I do want to note, though, and I'll just be the squeaky wheel on this. This is one of 2 harbours in the city, and the Karatani Harbour is still not receiving any attention, despite a motion that was passed at the Paimari for a management plan of the area. Nothing has really moved on that. But I'll just put that to the side for this. Also want to comment on the train to Port Chalmers. The current head of transport, Ms Benson, was working for Q-Rail at the time when she informed everybody that when you build the cycleway, you will never be able to double rail to Port Chalmers again. So we will never have commuter rail out of Port Chalmers. And the reason is not Q-Rail and transigence, it's due to the fact that it's a single line and it's very heavily used by freight. The issue of Port Otago, I think, does need to be raised here, and I'm going to sort of touch on that and where I brought out the waterfront regeneration. But the port also has a plan for a log port in the inner harbour, wants to dredge the Victoria Channel deeper, but can't get consent to do so, but has not given up on the port in the inner harbour, which would bring logs and logging trucks right into the centre of town, which is missing from this. I think this report is extremely good, but in fact, as we advance, we're going to find there's things that haven't necessarily been touched. And I really want to finish on the waterfront regeneration because I haven't had an opportunity, and I know it's not central to this thing, but it's the first time I've ever been here where something has come up. And I want to show what happens when the council does not communicate clearly with businesses in town. At the time of the closure of the Cadbury factory, I raised money to form a new factory, and at the same time went out and asked Chalmers Property, in fact, to find a large industrial space within walking distance of the Optimum. We identified G-Shed on the waterfront. I had the lease written. We had $750,000 allocated to refitting it. It would have been something a little bit like the container mall in Christchurch. In between having that lease written and signing it, the city announced the waterfront development. At that announcement, I said, you do understand that we are already planning on coming in here? And they said, don't worry, it won't have any effect on you. Well, the effect it had on me and Ocho was that the CEO of Port Chalmers put in a termination clause in the contract to terminate us at any time with no notice. I pointed out to them that $750,000 is a lot of money to put into a refit to have a termination clause in there. And if he could do it in some way that there would be a recommendation, a recompensation if it was done early, then I could sign the lease. He would not do that, so therefore we did not sign the lease, and therefore we did not go into G-Shed. We then had to find a large industrial space down somewhere near town, so we ended up on Roberts Street. We are now 2 blocks off the water in the middle of an industrial area, in an area that has no bridge coming to it, even though that was proposed. And as a consequence, the 3-month delay that not lose get into that building cost the company $120,000 at its most vulnerable point. So when I look at this inner city regeneration section, I actually am, I don't want to use it to knock down the rest of the report, because the rest of the report is phenomenal. But this section does not get what happened. And that was the 3rd attempt of the city to go into that area. And every time it has been done from a central position, not talking to the stakeholders, and it consequently failed. So I've had a chance to say what happened. I think the rest of the report's great. I do think we need to get down to the waterfront, but we've got the railway line and State Highway 1 between us, and from the city's perspective, and those are not minor things, and we're not really addressing them. And then we have not addressed the fact that Chalmers property has a chokehold on all of the properties in that area, and there is no development going on because no one will invest in their buildings when the rate underneath changes. And again, I can attest the ground rate tripled under our factory 3 years ago. Thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Interesting. Oh, goodness. Right. Well, drama a minute at council. So I just wanted to say I have similar concerns about, as Councillor Barker, about, and I know this is going to sound silly, about noting this report, but sometimes once we note, as Councillor Barker has said, that it's assumed that we agree with it and support it. My concern around this is our fiscal situation at the moment, and there's many things in here that will come back as a cost for council. Obviously, there's a whole lot of things have to happen before that happens, but we're on that process, and I can see cha-ching, cha-ching, dollar signs swinging and flashing in front of my eyes, because some of these things could be very costly. And I can also hear the voices of irate ratepayers who are saying dollars, dollars, and begging us to be restrainful. So for that reason, I know it's ridiculous to say for a paper of noting, but and I think this paper is a very good paper too. It raises some good points, although I think there's several things that could be included a bit more, obviously, as the commercial and recreational fishers. And also, if there is contamination in some areas, I think I would feel a lot more assured if I knew there was regular testing to keep an eye on that water to make sure it's not full of contaminants. So I didn't feel assured of the answers we got today. So hopefully after today that can improve with a bit of luck. So I won't be supporting this paper. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this report. Entwining cultural, social and economic well-beings is complicated, to say the least. When it comes to guardianship of the harbour, I feel all the partners in this report have a role to play, not just one. So I like the collaborative approach this report presents. It does concern me somewhat, the overview in regards to enhancing existing access, which states, providing improved access to and across the harbour with a focus on enhancing existing access whilst avoiding further adverse effects, particularly from reclamation and dredging. Urbanisation has definitely impacted badly on wildlife habitats. Yet with appropriate reclamation, I would like to think we could reinstate a lot of what we have taken. The introduction of the shared pathway has also put a lot more pressure on parking and accessibility issues around our harbour reserves, which I believe could be addressed with appropriate reclamation. In regards to dredging and remediation, it is simply a necessity for the channel, but how good would it be if access points could be enhanced for ferry services to operate around our harbour at key locations near appropriate reserves? Like it or not, we have to allow for growth, and finding the balance will be challenging. From our discussions today, I would be happier if more voices were consulted on, yet make no mistake, those voices will not be silent going forward. Hopefully compromises can be struck, ensuring our underutilised harbour can have a bright future for all users in the correct order: wildlife, residents and visitors. Thank you very much.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I just want to voice my frustration. And when people look at this report and without really highlighting anything, saying they're not going to note it, just absolutely gets my goal. You know, if you want to have a political grandstand, do that. But this report to me, has really come a long way and from where we've been. And I think you've got to start somewhere and move and progress. The issues raised by Councillor O'Malley and a couple others are very relevant. But if you read the report and read the discussions, you know, the Opportunity Report was informed by engagement of over 40 individuals, organisations, including 2 workshops of ORC and DCC councillors. That to me, that to me shows that there was the level of basic opportunity to engage. It says there, right there, that 2 workshops of ORC and DCC councillors. Were those issues raised at that time? Or are people just wanting to make a point here and now? But when I look at who's involved, what's been done, and that the report is for noting, and it's working on a pathway, then actually, to be honest, this is one of the better noting reports I've seen. And trust me, I've voted against a few of them. But when I look at the momentum behind this and what's been done, I think it needs to be uniformly agreed to, because I appreciate all the work that's gone into it by all parties, especially the DCC and ORC team. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Because he did it, I'll do it too. Listen, I just want to reiterate what the previous councillor said. He's on point. There shouldn't be an opportunity for grandstanding. It's an excellent report, and I just want to say thank you to all the staff involved in what is fantastic work, and good luck moving forward.
Any more? Councillor Benson Pope, your right of reply.
In brief, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also thank the authors and those behind their production for the quality of the report. I think it's important to acknowledge that while we often, we often talk of the harbour as the reason for the establishment of the city, both before us and when the colonists arrived, but we often also forget that the reason for the establishment of the city also carries responsibilities with it. I recall, and I know staff are aware of, the joint ORC-DCC study that was done last century, chaired by Les Cleveland and one other, and the fact that many of the issues identified in this report were also raised in the working papers that came out of that report. That's not to say that they should be ignored a second time. And I think we've traversed some of those today. I know I want to see more expansive water quality monitoring, as I mentioned earlier. I would like to know what is planned, and I think the capacity exists in the process put before us for some attention to be given, not just to reducing contamination into the future, but to actually remediating the contamination that has taken place. Those of us who live near the Andersons Bay Inlet must wonder, as I do, about what the locals who catch octopus are actually eating, given where the octopus are living. And I think that's it's on all of us to do something about that, not least of all the ORC. I'm not going to traverse the decisions that have been alluded to of the Local Government Commission back in the day at the time of amalgamation. I think that the decision made about the ownership of Port Otago and Chalmers property was not the best democratic decision for the operation of this region, let alone Dunedin, but that ain't going to be reversed. And one would hope that the attitudes of both, Chalmers property in particular, to the urban developmental issues of the city might change over time. But I haven't got my fingers crossed. I think those decisions have impacted very seriously on both the activities in and around the harbour, and the way resource hasn't been used to support the economic viability and expansion of economic and business activities in the harbour. Nonetheless, the report, I think, is a good one. It certainly sets the groundwork afresh for the issues that we need to focus on, and I look forward to further iterations of the report. Be assured there will be financial implications for the DCC, particularly in terms of better behaviour in terms of our stormwater management. We have large point discharges which are carrying the contaminants off the roads into the harbour. That has got to stop. We have talked about it often in the past, and in future short-term plans, not just long-term plans, we need to start considering how we manage and remove contaminants in a natural way from those large discharges in particular, and I'm sure the recommendations in the report that I asked about earlier will give us the capacity to work out how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Very good. So with that, we'll put the motion. We'll have to take it by division.
Councillor Barker. Aye. Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-2.
Okay. Now we have a subsequential motion from Councillor Barker. So, does anyone have any questions of this? Would you like to speak?
I'll just speak to it. I guess I brought it up in my speech, and the CEO suggested that this was a way forward, that we could meet with the ORC and discuss the report, and I think that's a good way forward because I love the plan, but I just want to know at a governance level how it works in with our other plans, and perhaps we've talked about resourcing it, etc., so I think we do need to talk at a governance level, which we don't tend to, so a meeting would be good.
Okay, so that's by way of explanation. I was asking if there's any questions. So you've put the motion, and Deputy Mayor Lucas has volunteered to second. Sorry. Yeah, question.
And I just wonder if it would be helpful to the mover to differentiate what you're referring to. There are two-hour Otakos. I wondered if you want to put the full title in there so it's very clear what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the shared path.
Sorry, it was my shorthand.
That's all right.
Yeah, should be Tiaka.
Just for future reference.
It should be Tiaka for the whole path.
No. Just for historical purposes.
Okay.
And I think we should add, if I might, governance issues. Governance matters at the top there, Liz.
Governance matters?
Issues and governance matters.
To discuss governance matters. Governance matters. Lose issues. Sorry. It's amazing how much better it looks when you see them.
Yes. Councillor Gary, you happy with that? Councillor Barker, you happy with that? Any other questions on the motion? Yes, we've got a seconder. Yes. So, no more questions? Okay. Would you? Sorry, no, you don't want to speak to it. Does anyone else want to speak to it? Anyone else? Councillor Vandervis, followed by Councillor Gary. Yes.
I've been here long enough to remember the court cases that ensued when the ORC tried to enforce a monitoring of all of our stormwater outfalls some number of years ago. I think it was called 6A. And I remember also seeing millions of dollars being spent on these legal actions. And the idea that we could somehow put, I think it was 17 or 19 stormwater treatment stations on the end of each of these stormwater outfalls was something that was seriously looked at that time. I believe that the governance of the ORC and the governance of the DCC, as currently structured, are always going to be at odds with each other. because the drivers, I think, are quite different for both. For this discussion between the DCC and the ORC to work at a governance level, the only way that I can see a governance level working for the proper development of the harbour and for it to be properly managed, the only governance system that I can see that would work would be a unitary council.
Councillor Gary.
I have a mantra, assume the best until you learn otherwise. I can support this motion. I can support matters rather than issues because I don't think we have a problem here. The more opportunity we have to discuss this focus, Te Ao Otago issues and opportunities, and the joint project, the better. And I really welcome the opportunity to talk with counterparts over on the ORC. Now we've had a chance to look at it. We had the workshops on the way to this, and it's entirely appropriate that we have the chance to discuss it. As for governance, that will fall out of that, I'm sure. I'm not too angst about that, but I welcome an opportunity, and I don't see it as an issue or a confrontational thing. We're always talking about working more closely with the ORC. Well, folks, here's the opportunity. And so let's go into it with a positive frame of mind, not an adversarial frame of mind would be my suggestion to us. So I will be supporting this, and I would urge colleagues to do the same.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this. As you could see from my questioning, this was probably the area that I did have concern with. And I think this actually, what we want is the best solution or the best outcome for our own harbour, and I think this is what it's about, is about coming up with the best solution. And I think we have worked together. If I use the future development strategy, I think the DCC and ORC is a good model of how we did work together to come up with the best outcome for Dunedin, and I think this is a similar project. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll support this. I think it's a good idea. Given our, we've got this financial implications in this plan for DCC, and I think we need to be in, have an oversight over it, and obviously looking to the future of what's happening with this area in our city. So I will support this. I do think, excuse me, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat, but the longer these things go on, I have to say the main winners are the consultants who end up getting thousands, sometimes millions of dollars.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to support this. I'm very happy with the reports you've presented today. I'm very happy with the next steps. I think that covers off everything that of any concern to me. This is just yet another extra there that we seem to add on to everything we do nowadays, so I won't be supporting this.
Councillor O'Malley.
The relationship between any regional council and any territorial authority always runs into what I call a black hole or an event horizon when you get to the territory of the both areas. We see it in public transport, we see it in water management, those being the two big ones. And I would say that the positives that's come out of public transport is there is very much a governance committee like this that exists now, and it has no decision-making activity at all, but it allows both DCC and ORC councillors and their respective staff to be in the same room at the same time when proposals are brought forward, and then you can get a political perspective as to what each council is considering. The consequence has been that our public transport relationship has improved dramatically, and I was actually going to say I already have Lorraine's phone number. I think that's all this would come out of this. I mean, the assumption is that the DCC councils are going to come in and act like some sort of thugs would be the only interpretation as to why you wouldn't want us in there. The actual fact of the matter is you have to make sure that our operational outcomes, which we are not supposed to be interacting with, are still heading in the direction of our strategic imperatives, and that is something we do interact with. So we have a role to play, and that is to simply say, is the activity of the staff activity going on, especially between two councils, is it actually going on in a way that both councils would like to see happen? That's the purpose of this group. That's nothing more than that. and I say it works extremely well in public transport. I would say it would work well here too.
So any further speakers? I'll just say a quick word. I think it's a good idea to get together and discuss about issues and governance matters relating to this report. And I think I hark back to, there's was quite a range of things canvassed in our discussions and questions, but one that does, well, I suppose alert me and Councillor Benson Pope essentially referred to it, is that from 1 October 26 there'll be monitoring for nitrates and phosphorus going into the harbour from our stormwater. So we need to be thinking about that as soon as possible, really, in terms of what those levels might look like and what we might do about them. And I don't know if Councillor Bespoke got any information about the benthic life on the bottom of the harbour, but I mean, it's made the statement that there's not much there, but of course the octopi are living on something, so we don't know how much there is. And certainly further down the harbour, it's deemed to be very suitable for harvesting of little neck clams, so it's not entirely polluted, that's for sure. And those they meet a very high standard, the harvesting of those shellfish. So anyway, these are things that are good for us to discuss and compare notes and do some measurement on. So back to you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this is an Issues and Opportunities report, and it points out that there is a lot of fragmentation. And I think the opportunity is for the DCC councillors to meet with the ORC councillors and discuss those governance matters. In the report it does say a governance structure may be established to provide strategic oversight. So it's actually in the report, this is providing a way forward for us to discuss how we could do that. And I too, like Councillor O'Malley and like the Mayor, are a member of the public transport group, and it is invaluable to sit around the table and talk about the stuff and share information. And I think that's what we need to do. The hub is really, really important to us, and we just have to get together. I think that's the point around this.
So we see the motion on the board behind me. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No recorded.
So 2 noes. Okay, very good, and both recorded. Thank you. Now, at 12:10, dare we move on to the supporting documentation for the 9-year plan, which is pretty weighty time. It depends how many questions we have. So all those in favour of having lunch now, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Well, carried. So we'll have lunch and we'll come back at perhaps 1:45. So 40 minutes or 35 minutes. Thank you. Okay. So, all set? Very good. Okay. Let us resume. Welcome, Councillor Fiso. Councillor Wiley went off for a wander around the octagon, but maybe he'll join us in due course. And I don't know where Councillor Houlihan has disappeared to. However, let us resume. And we resume on item number 10, supporting documentation for the 9-year plan consultation document. So we have Ms. Ellen and Ms. Bodecker and Mr. McAuliffe coming to the front desk. All ready to answer any questions anyone may have. Are there any questions? Okay, I see no questions. Anyone else got questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On the, I think it's the significant forecasting assumptions, the very last page, I don't know what page number it is. And we've removed all the rating unit projections, which I was quite surprised about. I was just wondering what the rationale from audit might have been behind deleting all those.
The suggestion was we have it in the long-term plan within our rating section of the document, so they have looked at it, but they didn't think it needed to be attached again with the significant forecasting assumptions.
Great. Councillor Barker.
You sent a street coffee, which is what I was trying to find. Was can you tell me a little bit about moving the uncertainty for the climate change assumption from a medium level of uncertainty to low? Does that mean that we are looking, that's for the DCC achieving the carbon zero? I remember asking questions at the time in the document, but I just can't remember what was going on about it.
The switch down to a low level of uncertainty relates to us meeting our city-wide targets, not the DCC emissions.
Thank you. Councillor Vandermas.
I'm really concerned about the assumptions in this report. Assumptions are what we build the whole structure on. And if those assumptions are questionable, then the whole structure built on them is questionable in my view. My question regarding the medium uncertainty for economic change, I'm looking at the assumptions where it says that house value has had a 3.9% increase to June 2024, when the New Zealand average was only a 2.5% increase. As an assumption, why would you choose an increase rather than an absolute value? Because the average house value is far more revealing. The average house value in New Zealand is 934,000, and in Dunedin it's only 657,000. This is a really significant assumption value, and yet this paper just shows last year's increase. So the question is, why would you look at a percentage increase when the real, the really telling statistic is the actual value rather than its last year increase? Similarly, on consumer spending, it says, it quotes that there's been a 2.1% increase last year against the national average of 1.9%. What it doesn't tell you, and what would be far more meaningful in terms of an assumption in my view, is that your household income average in New Zealand is 133,000, and here it's only 106, almost 30% less. So,
should we answer those two?
Yeah, that's the first two questions. Why have you gone for a just last year increase,
yes,
and not printed the actual values in both cases?
Yep.
If I might, Councillor, and this might help or it might not, so apologies if it doesn't. Staff, at this point, are we able to change the assumptions given that these have all been audited?
No.
While your questions are good, the time for those probably, Councillor, was when the assumptions were considered by Council on the 2 previous occasions that they came.
Anyway, let's hear the answers anyway, because I suspect that you've got the number and then it's the percentage that needs to be carried through for the 9 years. But anyway, I'll wait to hear the answer.
My second question really is the.
I think we'll
staff want to respond.
I don't know. Do we?
We will need to have the appropriate staff here to respond to those.
Right.
So we'll need to come back to you either during the meeting or at a later date.
Yes, and I would just make my assumption with these numbers that the base level, the number, like for instance the house price, 600 versus 900, 600 will be taken as a given, and what we're looking for is the change of increase in values over the course of 9 years, so that's where the percentage comes in, because you can't know what the actual number is going to be. You just have to assume that the number will be the same as what it has been last year, or some, derivation thereof. So in order to create some forward projections to be able to produce a plan.
I take your point, but to make a forward projection without giving the fundamental basis from which that projection arises, to me is meaningless.
Did they not, was that the number, I haven't looked at the page where you're looking, were the numbers 600 and 900 included?
No.
Right.
But to carry on, looking at the climate change low level of uncertainty, there are quite a few high levels of uncertainty here economically, and yet we have a low level of uncertainty, and I quote roughly what they say is, it says here, future generations will experience a hotter and different world, the extent of which depends on choices we make in the near term. This is given as having a low level of uncertainty. So what staff are saying here, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that staff are quite certain, as an assumption, that future generations will experience hotter and a different world, and that the hotness and the difference of it depends on choices now and in the near term. How can choices we make now and in the near term possibly affect a hotter and different world for generations to come?
Look, I think, we're entering into a political debate there, and as we know, there are differences of opinion on that, and of course, this is about assumptions.
Yep.
So the assumption used is as you've read, but that it also doesn't state categorically that they are going to rise. They're just saying, is making an assumption that if things are changed, then the value, the heat on the planet will change. So,
point of order. Mr. Chairman, 25.2C, irrelevance. I thought I heard the Chief Executive explain that these assumptions had previously been approved by Council for production of this document. So relitigating them at this point is completely irrelevant.
Look, and to be frank, I have to uphold that. I think that you are correct, because we can't change the assumptions now. The opportunity to change the assumption has come on a couple of occasions earlier, so we'll just leave that there. Did you have any further questions, Councillor?
Yeah, my question is that given that I've questioned these assumptions previously and that they still persist, despite the incredible lack of logic that's involved, particularly with the climate assumption.
Yes, Councillor, but the vote was passed. The vote was made.
Right, so what you're saying is that there's no point in us having this debate now because it's all set in concrete anyway?
Well, no.
we're required as part of this next step in getting the 9-year plan out for public consultation to present the supporting documents at this meeting for you to adopt. You've already considered them once, if not at least twice, and there have been council resolutions that have informed each of the assumptions, some of them more general than others, in these documents. So these represent decisions of council, most of which I think you voted against. But you have had an opportunity, and staff, have given effect to the majority will of the council.
And having had the opportunity to vote against them, I believe that I still have that opportunity now in this meeting, and the opportunity to highlight what I consider to be untenable assumptions that really don't represent how things actually are.
Yes, and I think there's also a valid point, but there's no point in questioning staff about it since we can't change. So we can't change anything. So when you come to debate, that is the time, as opposed to making a question of it that we can't do anything about,
okay.
And neither can the staff make provide a categorical answer.
I accept that, and I will not continue.
Thank you. Moving on, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. In the financial strategy on the bottom of page 9, it's a similar question to my last question, where we removed, which was a council resolution, the rate increases for each of the years. And I know there's a graph there, but it doesn't actually necessarily say what our resolution was, which has been deleted. And I'm just wondering what was audit's, rationale for that, as it was a clear resolution for the council.
It was removed from the body of the financial strategy because it's in the front as highlights, so we've repeated it. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Just want to check in with staff. After council asked questions about this previously and approved them, then just checking with you, this all went to audit. And there were various stages to the audit process, were there not? I'm just checking that I understand this. So you had the local auditor, and then there was the hot review, and then changes had to be made accordingly, including the assumptions. And now we've arrived at this point to see what it is that audit said we had to change.
Point of order. At no stage has the auditor been able to address or change assumptions, and the auditor makes it quite clear that he does not look at the validity of any of the policies that we have.
Right, so...
Misrepresentation 25.2.
Look, yeah, no, and I think I'm not going to uphold the point of order. It's simply a question being asked of staff. So...
Sorry, I thought it was a statement.
I'm clarifying, just wanting to know that I understand the process correctly. If you could confirm that or explain that to me. Thank you.
Yes, as you described was the process we've been through.
Okay. Are there any further questions? I see none. Thank you very much. Okay. So... At this stage, I'll move that Council adopts, for the purposes of developing the 9-year plan and consulting with the community, the financial information, the forecasting assumptions, the financial strategy and the infrastructure strategy that we have here before us. And so, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And so in speaking to this, I think we have gone through a tortuous process to get here. And many questions have been asked, answers proffered, and changes made. Personally, I would prefer to see slightly different information coming to the 9-year plan. As I've said previously, I'd prefer to have the rates rise less than 10%, and the debt graph flattening right off at the end. But that may public. Have put up a number of suggestions, and they may clamour to see that during the course of consultations with the public next month. Now we shall see. However, this is the information that we've got, and this is the information we arrived at after our earlier discussions about the 9-year plan. So here we are. Where are my speakers? Firstly, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I draw colleagues' attention to the audit opinion, and I quote from it: "The information, in our opinion, the information and assumptions underlying the information in the consultation document are reasonable." I want to take this moment to just thank the staff for their extraordinary work in this regard. The deadlines have been really tight. They've also been tight for the auditor. It is a stressful process to go through audit in this regard around the document, and what we might think should be in there or not won't necessarily agree with what the auditor's opinion is. And that's where we've landed. But the staff have moved heaven and earth across the organisation, but particularly the finance staff, to ensure that where we landed complies with the auditor's views. And so that was done in an exceptionally short space of time. And I take my hat off to them, pay them tribute for that.
Cool. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Lucas. Yep.
Just to be clear, that this resolution that we're passing is to do with the assumptions. It's not. We're not yet debating the consultation document, and it's. I think it's great that we put out in public what our assumptions are, so that if anybody has any questions and whether they disagree or agree, then it's very clear what the basis is of where we've landed on each of our decisions because of these assumptions. And I think it's. Yes, whether you agree with them or not, I think it's important that they're available publicly for people to read and make their own opinion.
Thank you. I see no further speakers, and I have nothing further to say other than, yes, I agree with Councillor Gary that the staff have done a huge amount of work on this, and it has been a torturous process to get to here. But I say, well done, and thank you very much for that. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. On to the next item. Number 11, the consultation document. So we have our team of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the desk. And questions at the ready regarding the consultation document. So, is it true we have an unqualified, here's a question, is it true that we have an unqualified endorsement of the consultation document from the auditor?
Yes, we do.
Congratulations and well done. Further questions? Councillor Barker.
Just checking that this, I see that there's some small adjustments that can possibly be made. Would that be true to this document? Because I've just spotted, so there's on page 98 of our report, there's a page on financial updates and there's a bunch of stuff in boxes. And at the top box talks about a rate increase of, and then it goes bullet point. And then the next box, it's got an average of 6.2% for the remaining 6 years of plan, but I think that it needs to possibly have the words rates increase beside it, because all the other boxes live on their own, so that box kind of needs to live on its own as well, if you know what I mean. And then there was another question I just had about the Core 3 Waters infrastructure projects. We've got a lot of different timelines there. We've got the long-term plan timeline, and then we've got some timelines that go out to 2041-42. And I just wondered about the people reading them that might be, how they understand that numbers as it relates to this 10-year plan. I can understand that we've got a 30-year infrastructure strategy, and is that why those numbers relate to that rather than to the CLTP? Does that make sense?
And you're correct. The dates are the projects across the 30-year period.
Are we able to make that a little bit more clear, just because people might leap on some of those numbers, and we haven't necessarily made decisions about some of those numbers because we're making them in the 30-year plan as opposed to a 10-year plan. I don't. It's a great document. And the other one is the independent auditors report, which is a. I did put it through Google Translate to see if it had anything interesting in it, like the last one, but it didn't. So is that the one that you sent us this morning? That's the replacement for all of the Piglet, and I guess we'll call it.
Yes, it is. We'll get that put in after this meeting.
Just provide a comment to your point around the 30-year funding for the infrastructure strategy under the minor editing. Because I can see at the top of that page we talk about the 9-year plan, I think, but we might want to just add in that it also that the infrastructure strategy is for 30 years. That would be a minor edit. So, yeah. So staff would just have a wee look at that just in that top line.
Good. Councillor Gary.
I'm wondering how you best want to deal with typos. Obviously not in this forum, but send through in an email. A couple of other things though. I wondered whether it would be worthwhile to highlight the rates rebate scheme. It's kind of buried in the document on page 114. And it's an important point that's made, but I wondered if it would be helpful to bold that, just a thought. And the other thing on page 126, it talks about earlier the Green Island landfill closing 2029/30, and then there on page 126 it says closes around 2030. I wonder if it would be helpful to be consistent with that. Just a thought on that as well. I'll send through those other matters. They're only very, very minor. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes, going back to page 93. It's just simple, but in the written feedback it says fill in the form at the end of this booklet and post it. I wondered if there would be an opportunity, will we have in the civic building a box where people can just drop off their forms without them having to pay postage per se, because I could see with the price of postage these days that might put some of our senior people off who don't have an online presence perhaps.
We could look at putting something in the Civic Centre for dropping those off, absolutely.
Okay. Any further questions? Right. Very good. Thank you very much. These are all the questions. So, that being the case, I'll move that Council approves the 9-year plan consultation document and delegates the Chief Executive to make any minor editorials and receives the independent auditor's report, which we've got in our emails today, showing an unqualified approval, and adopts the 9-year plan consultation document. So, seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And in speaking to this, I think it has been a fantastic effort by the staff, and it's not easy to combine all of the wishes and discussions of councillors and thoughts and ideas. And we spent 3 days bringing all of that information to bear, and the numbers needed to be changed and reshaped and reorganised in order to make that fit, and then everything needed to be changed and reshaped and organised again to fit the requirements of the auditor, and all that has been done in a very short order. So it's a huge amount of work, and pleased to see we have smiling faces today and hardly any questions, so I think that's a very good result and well done. And as I said before, and I'll repeat ever so slightly, I think there's scope within this 9-year plan to get the rates rise down into single digits. And so if people want to see that happen, they can come and ask and make submissions on that basis. And if they want to see the debt graph flatten off at the end over the last few years, then they can ask for that too, because there are trade-offs that can be made. So, speakers, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the transparency of this document for the 9-year plan. Thankfully, it's now the public's turn to go over the books and to have their say in what should be in and what should be out. It's quite simple, really. If you want to pay more rates, spend more. If you want to pay less rates, spend less. The priority of the projects to be considered is what I'm wanting to see, as my priorities are certainly different from the draft document most councillors have agreed on. A lot of councillors say they vote according to data, so don't sit back, speak up please. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to commend the staff on producing a really readable document that will make it easy for us as councillors when we go out and consult with our community. There's huge amounts of information in here, but I think that it's really well presented and very fair as well. What have I put here? We've worked hard over the last year to put all of this information together, and it is quite a lot. I really appreciate that we'll be able to have a lot of the information on the website as well, so people can go back to it. And also, I've already pointed people back to reports that we've already made decisions on, so they can look at a lot more information if they want to understand the decisions. And so I do look forward to going out to the community. And actually, I think the Mayor put in the full word. I think I saw the word balance in there a number of times. And I think that what we are around the table doing is trying to create that balance of the priorities of the community that we are here to represent. So I look forward to getting all that feedback.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and I'm sure from the staff's point of view it's fuel that we've finally got to the end of this first stage, and I think in particular I would like to thank Ms Allen, Mr McAuliffe and Ms Bodeka, because I know it's especially the last few weeks have been pretty harrowing, and to get here today with a clean audit opinion, you need to be congratulated, and I think well done as a team to your staff as well. I think it's it's been a big job, and from our point of view as councillors, this is the end of the first stage, and now I guess the rubber meets the road for us is that we need to get out there and into our communities and to hear what our community think of the draft 9-year plan. And I, like Councillor Weatherall, it's a lot of the things in here I don't agree with either, and I personally, I know Mr Mayor is the same, would like to see a lesser rate increase, and I've heard from so many people already that we need to spend less, and it's I would like to think that our community will, as Councillor Barker said, will go to the source documents and do their own fact checking and find out exactly what basis that we made these decisions on, because I think that's very important to get the real story, because in some instances we've had a lot of workshops, we've had a lot of briefings to get to this point and make these decisions. So well done, and to the staff and to my colleagues. Now we need to be out there and with our ears open and listen, and I look forward to reading the many, hopefully, many submissions and hearing from our community.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to congratulate staff on this consultation document as well. I think it's got the right level of detail and size. Any more detail gets any bigger, any less you don't really understand what you're looking at. To the point of investing in the city and whether we can keep rates rises down to a certain point or not, I always feel that is a tail wagging the dog situation, where you start with the rate number and then you make the budget fit it. Other councils who have adopted that policy for years are now facing the fact that they can't ignore it under the water regulator, and they're now facing incredibly high rates rises. Any deference of stuff that has to get done only means you're moving it down the time frame to the next generation, the next group of people, and always deferring something means that by the time you've got to get to it, it's even more expensive than it was when you first did it. So I am of the inclination that I won't be looking to cut too much out of this budget myself. I'm very surprised that the bioresources facility priced in at $62 million for carbon reduction. I wasn't really expecting to see that in the document, and I certainly wasn't expecting to see that price. That's the price of a landfill. Quite literally it is. I mean, 75 million was the original Smooth Hill quotation. So this seems a very large number. I think it's only 17 or 18 million in the preliminary document. So I'm interested to see how it's gone to 62. And also largely why it's sitting here, because as the technology goes, it's a developing technology, but 3 or 4 cities are ahead of us on that technology. My general feeling would be that, yes, we do want to do it, but why would we lead when people are already trying out different forms? And 62 million does seem a pretty big figure.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also want to thank the staff, particularly Sharon Boudica, for her work, and because she's a regular on this, working on the LTP and the annual plans, and thank you. But thank you, obviously, everybody involved. It's a big process, and I don't think people realise quite how large a process it is, because we've been through workshops and meetings and, you name it, and a lot to read. But we've got to this point now to adopt it. And I mean, there are some good things in here. There's some things to be optimistic about. There's also some things to be sad about. There's quite a few things in this annual plan that have missed out. There's and like others, I would say that the rates increases here are, in my opinion, obviously they're lower than 17.5, which is great, but they're still too high. When you look at them over those number of years, it accumulates to quite a large amount. And there's so many people out there in our communities that are hurting, and they're quite beside themselves. I'm hearing them, I'm sure you all are, and they're begging us to look at every single dollar, every line, and to cut everything. And I don't actually think generally people want that necessarily. I think they want a city that's livable and has things to go and do, but people are that desperate, they're just saying cut everything, bar the bare basics, because they don't want the extra costs. So I'm very aware of that when we're adopting this today.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Councillor O'Malley when he says that people need to understand what they are looking at. In terms of the mentioned, I think, half a dozen times by now, the auditor tick-off, I think people need to understand that an auditor does not sanction the spending. An auditor does not sanction the policies that we work under. An auditor makes no value judgment on whether we are spending money wisely or not. An auditor basically makes sure that the process of that spending and the process of how it's represented are properly done, and our staff have made a very good job in making sure that all the numbers are there and that how we've spent the money has been properly done. Why we've spent the money and whether we're getting value for it are not things that the auditor looks at, so take no comfort in those things. If people want to look at this consultation document and get a good idea of what's going on, it doesn't help if the document only gives you percentage changes rather than the actual figure that you really want to be looking at. If people want to see the debt graph and they only get what is hopefully proposed for the next 9 years and don't get the actual debt increases that have happened over the last decade or so, then what they're looking at really doesn't help their understanding. Again, that's the debt. If you look at rates and you look at the rates graph, a cursory look at the rates graph looks as though the rates are going down. You've got two big bars in the next couple of years, and then the bars seem to get smaller. You have to read the fine print to realise that this rates graph is only looking at the percentage change. And that percentage change, if you're going to represent it, should be presented as a cumulative graph, because the effect of constant ongoing rates increases is cumulative. Again, people that are looking at that graph, I don't think will really understand what they are looking at. If we look at the assumptions that were mentioned before, again, we see percentage increases and not the actual values. if people are not able to see the actual values in a consultation document, then whatever percentage increases on those values are, to me, has very little meaning or relevance at all. So whereas I applaud the staff for being very accurate in the way they've done their numbers, the way that they're presented here, to me, presents a situation where people can easily look at this document and think their rates are going down, when in fact they are going up at an unsustainable rate in my view. And the same with debt. If we look at the interest costs that we've got, and thank goodness the interest rates have pulled back a bit recently, I believe that any business person would look at the really hard figures and the historical figures as well and say, well, how is any of this sustainable? So a good attempt by staff to interpret the spending that we've done. But I would like to remind everybody here of the question that I asked regarding debt and what the rates increase would have to be to cover our spending in the last year if we didn't increase our already massive debt by some almost $100 million. And that is, we would have to, in order to cover the spending that we've indulged in the last year, we would have to raise rates by 58.7%. To me, that is completely unsustainable. And to me, this consultation document does not reflect that. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add my thanks to staff for great efforts on this document. Rate stress is real. We all get that around this table, but it is about balance, and a few people have mentioned that. And you can obsess about creating a 9.999% rate rise as a token gesture, but that comes with consequences. Spending less comes with consequences, and we just have to look at the underspend or lack of investment in Three Waters over a long period in this city and in infrastructure in general. And you'll realise at some point underspend will come home to roost. As ever, I'm always absolutely keen to see what the public thinks of our document, and I'm sure there'll be no shortage of feedback on that. But on a personal level, there's quite a number of things I do like in this document. I think support for Dunedin Railways Limited is strategically wise and very on brand. I think funding for the final 3 stages of Te Awa Otago, the Peninsula Connection, simply fulfills a promise that we should absolutely not break. The strengthening of our bond with Mana Whenua is to be applauded, but we must not lose sight of those looking to diminish that bond. The construction of Smooth Hill is a no-brainer from a waste control perspective, a philosophical perspective, and of course it's by far the best option financially for ratepayers in the long term. And talking of waste, we simply can't continue to ignore the issue related to the old landfill site at Kettle Park, so I'm glad we're highlighting future commitment in that space, long overdue. And finally, in the positive side of the my personal ledger, probably the best low-cost decision in this plan is the 137k to support initiatives around our excellent Otapoti Live Music Action Plan that we adopted a couple of years back. And before I move on to the things I don't like so much, I just need to say I'm not yet convinced about the need to charge $20 to international visitors for entry into Toitu and to DPAG for international visitors. So I am genuinely interested to hear what the public have to say on this particular issue. And I think there'll be a lot of debate around that. And despite the things I've just said I like, it's probably for me what's missing in this 9-year plan that slightly depresses me. Tunnels Trail. The Tunnels Trails Trust have invested so much blood, sweat and tears into this project. They must feel absolutely gutted. The wording on page 121 of the document is, to me, a very polite way of saying you're done, actually. Therefore, we absolutely need to work with the Trust to find another way forward for this project. Next, the opportunity for the public to have a say on high and medium investments in our carbon zero aspirations. Never even made it to the public consultation. It was voted down, of course. Climate change response is now an area where, in my opinion, we now seem to lack any ambition commensurate with the climate crisis staring us all in the face. And I'm sure, again, the community will have a lot to say on that. Community housing ambition also gone. And I've said many times before, we're happy to scream loudly when tents for the homeless appear in the Oval, but we're not prepared to continue increasing our community housing stock to help those most vulnerable in the community by addressing an acute housing shortage in this city and in fact across the Motu. And talking about most vulnerable, we're happy to celebrate the impending completion of the South Dunedin Library and Community Facility, but at the same time not fulfil a commitment to the South Dunedin Community Network and allowing them a subsidised space in the building. I look forward to people hitting us up about us nickel and diming the community around that decision in the upcoming submission process. Performing Arts Centre gone, public toilets programme gone, art and public spaces gone. Pretty much anything to do with cycling, mode shift that's not already funded, gone. And gone at a time when we've worked really hard and we've got many more people shifting to two wheels, and that's really gathered momentum around the city. We might now lose that momentum. The look in my face, actually, in the group photo within this document sums up how I feel about the list I've just gone through perfectly, and I'm glad that photo was taken because that's how I bloody feel. And if you look through this document and consider the 1.9 billion capital spend, almost 1.5 billion of which is Three Waters roading and footpath infrastructure, just closing very please if you allow me, I suspect that despite that, we'll still get people urging us to get rid of the nice-to-haves, and I'll be the first to hold up that document when people come here and ask them, show me in the document where those things are. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the incredible amount of mahi that's gone into this very fulsome document. It's probably one of the larger 9-year plan or long-term plan documents that we've produced, and there's a reason for that because there's a lot of information in there and it's very important. This document seeks to balance the expectation of the community and look after what we have and affordability. I'd like to point out that in year 2 there's going to be a balanced budget. Local water done well is really well covered off in here, and it's a complex issue. You need to submit on this 9-year plan or the local water done well delivery model. Both consultations, hearings will be in May, so we've got the whole month of April for people to feed back into this. Paper copies are going to be available at the libraries, and everything is online on the DCC website. There's some really powerful infographics within this document, and particularly I like where the money is spent. Out of every $100, $31 goes into our Three Waters infrastructure alone, and $15 goes to roading and footpaths. That doesn't leave a lot left. While we get money from a range of sources, fees, charges, rent, subsidies, grants, and our council-owned companies, the lion's share, 65%, comes from rates, our residents. And sadly, everything that's in this document, there is something that is being sacrificed. The Performing Arts Centre, community housing, the trails tunnel, we've heard this. But there is also wonderful things. The end to single cup use at last. Money for festivals and events. The Changing Places bathroom that's been long awaited by our disabilities community. I'd just like to give a message to anybody who's planning to campaign in this election that this is a document that you should read. You should take it to your bedside every night and go through this along with standing orders and the code of conduct for elected members, because this document stands alone next to our long-term plan document that explains really in plain English the fiscally tight situation that the council is operating under at the moment. So please, I urge you, everybody, to participate in this consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. the term long-term plan is a bit of a mystery to many people in our community, and possibly less so, but even somewhat a 9-year plan. All councils around the country are challenged by this, or if they did it last year, their long-term plan, because of the mandates from central government. And it feels like we've been hung out to dry somewhat, given the mandates that we are expected to follow through on with no extra resourcing. I've been involved in 3 long-term plans within council, and I've been involved in 3 long-term plans from a community board perspective. And it is no mean feat. We deal with eye-watering amounts of money that are very unrelatable to people in the community, but that is what we are called to do, and we make our decisions, I would hope, around everyone around this table based on evidence. A lot of work has gone into getting to this point, and in no small part our extraordinary staff, and thank you to the Chief for her leadership with this particular project. The one group that hasn't been mentioned alongside finance, comms, special projects is the graphic design team, and they're always pivotal at this particular time. It's an engaging document. The little bubbles explain terms that may not be understood, and certainly it has to balance getting enough information and being transparent, as we often hear, with not too much information. I would suggest to you that many people won't read the whole thing. They will look at the bottom line, they'll look at the areas that interest them. And we're balancing the investment we need to make in our city for the future, along with being fiscally responsible and the pressures, the financial pressures we are under. For the community, they will look at this, and it's going to be their turn now. I just want to highlight a couple of areas. Te Awa Otago, we have put into this consultation document, into our long-term plan. And yesterday we heard from mana whenua around, and we've heard from mana whenua all along the way what their feelings are about that. It's about honouring a promise. We heard today from the ORC team around the Te Awa Otago, the other Te Awa Otago, the joint project around the harbour, and the value placed on this Te Awa Otago, the shared path. The commitment to do the Changing Places toilet is a long-standing commitment, and at last we will deliver it for our disabled community, who are under incredible pressure right now as the government looks at their funding. And so this is a way we can signal that we value them and we are accommodating them. And I am delighted to see that. We heard from some people present from Massey University around arts and culture this morning and the economic benefit. Often the term nice to have is bandied around, and I find it particularly offensive because it's very subjective, and I've heard it in other places. And we were told categorically the economic benefit of arts and culture, we should never consider it to be a nice to have. And so I call on the arts community to come out in force through this consultation to speak to our strategic aspirations for this city. Those who feel strongly about zero carbon and where it's landed in this document, I call on you to come out in force, and those who understand the importance of community housing and the need for it. There is so much that we need to hear from you on, and there will be many people who will come to the consultation. Just this morning I was speaking to a school principal, and every child in that school will be sending in a submission, and what a great civics education that will be. Thank you to the staff, thank you to colleagues for landing in this place. It's been a very large amount of work, and now it's up to us to make sure that we listen to our community.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Personally, I'll be listening to everybody, not just certain groups, and I think that's the important part, that everybody has a voice and to submit and basically engage in this process. There is actually nothing pretty about this long-term plan. There is a lot of startling facts and actually quite scary numbers. The problem is that's the reality we're dealing with. And I'm going to go back to something I related to back in the January meeting. And I go back to the 2015-2016 long-term plan. And I'm just going to quote some numbers from that one. And in part of when we talk about capital infrastructure spend, now this is for 30 years, 2015 to 2016 to 244-45. We budgeted 214 million in new capital. Renewals was 1.35. So the total operation expenditure over the 30 years was going to be 1.9 billion. In this report, we're looking at a capital expenditure in 10 years of 1.889. So for people to understand, in 15-16, we were looking at proposed rate increases of 3.8%. And then we were looking for the next following years, 16-17 and onwards to 24-25, of 3% increases. Guess what? Those numbers do not balance the books. They do not get stuff done that's critical to a thriving city. And I think that's the aspect we have to go look forward, and we have to invest in the city. And I think that is actually probably the highlight that I see in this long-term plan. It is about investing in the city. Yes, there are some things that are left off. And yes, we were going to hear from a lot of groups. But guess what? I want to hear from a lot of groups. It's their right to come and present to us, and it's become a right to come and tell us what they want and why. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at a cap that we see in this sheet. Because personally, for us to go in with the mentality of a cap is actually quite negative. We want the community to feel that they can come and engage with us and feel listened to. There is going to be changes, and that's what we have to adapt to. I'm already hearing from, like you, from a number of people and wearing a lot of hats around the community. I know we're going to hear from the sports fields participants, people who use the sports grounds. They're livid about the increase. But at the same time, this is their right to come and present to us, tell us what they think, and have our listening ears on as we go through that process. That last week in May is going to be hugely challenging as we decipher what the numbers are going to look like. And this is not going to be a period of where somebody related to earlier about campaigning and worrying about what others are saying in the press. The key thing is anybody who wants to sit around this table is going to campaign on the negatives of what we do. They're going to try and find holes in what we're doing, and they're going to try and pick and needle and use social media and every other avenue to tell what we're doing wrong. But in my 12th year around this table, I think we're doing a lot more right, because actually we're taking the hard issues head on. And we're going to invest in those in the city, the infrastructure, and we're going to make it stronger. We've got a new hospital going to be built, and hopefully we'll see shovels in the ground with that soon. Dunedin is going to thrive over the next 10 years if we invest in it, and this to me is what this long-term plan is all about. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I would add, I'd just like to add to the thanks to the staff and acknowledge the CEO and everyone, executive leadership team and your teams. It's not just the lead up to this particular report at this particular item in this particular meeting, but the hard graft and the frustration and the just doing as the governors, a majority of the governors have asked. So I just want to mihi to you and thank you. Thank you so much for doing as we asked. And that includes making sure that we're safe with the Officer of the Auditor General. I agree with Councillors Wiley and O'Malley and other colleagues who talk about investing in the city rather than expressing fear and negativity about spending. I mean, this is the reality of the world we're in. The whole world is doing it hard economically. well, most of the world is doing it hard economically. There are a few billionaires and millionaires who are creaming it because the system is flawed and it's against ordinary working people and families and communities. And so unless we focus fully on making mokopuna decisions across the board, and I mean 7 generations, 140 to 175 years, we are essentially just shifting chairs around the deck of the Titanic. And last week, Councillor Barker spoke of our responsibility to give hope to the people of South Dunedin, and I agree. Our role as governors, in my opinion, is to offer a hopeful, strategic, long-term vision for all of the city. And so, although I wasn't present this morning, the Te Awa Otago report made an informative, fascinatingly in-depth and detailed read, because it points to me a direction in which we as a city can go. And what's most significant is being mana whenua led, because as I've said for years around this table, what's good for Māori is going to be good for everybody. So there's been concerns that the public won't understand the consultation document. I put before you the case of Aurora, the potential sale. The voting public understood very, very well what was put before them.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to echo the call that pretty much we've all said, and calling for the community, almost pleading for the community to be engaged and to let us know whether you think something should remain in the 9-year plan, or in fact needs to come out. It's not just about what is out and somebody wanting to go back in. It's also about making sure that if something that is in is important to you, that you let us know. I think it was Councillor Weiler who said there's nothing pretty about the 9-year plan, but it is exceptionally important because we're talking about the future of our city, our home, not just the immediate future, the mid and long term. There's also been nothing pretty about some of the decisions that we've needed to make, and indeed some of the decisions we will need to make are not going to be comfortable, they're not going to be pretty, they're not going to be easy decisions. And it is something that I think some people think we have got to this stage by fumbling through without much of a thought or really any consideration, and that cannot be further from the truth. To turn to the staff for just a wee second and repeat what has been said. I am sure that you are flappable, but for many cases when you have been sitting in this room talking us through, whether it be at workshops, be it answering ongoing questions, sometimes seemingly for hours, that flap has more or less been absent from view. So thank you for that, for putting up with what could perhaps be considered in some cases tireless questions. And again, not to single her out specifically, but Ms. Bodecker, you have taken a fair brunt of those questions and have coped with them exceptionally well, so thank you for that. There is a mayor from another centre or another town in the South Island who thinks that Dunedin has a history but no future. This 9-year plan is about that future, and if you, like I, believe that Dunedin does have it does have a wonderful history, but a long history, but it also has an immediate, mid and long-term future. Now is the time to let us know, no matter your position in the community and society, no matter what you find is important, we need to hear from you, because it is only by hearing from you that we know what truly is important for the community.
Okay, that's it. Just checking. Okay, so in replying to this, firstly I'd like to mention Councillors Barker and Mayhem for their discussion of the word balance, because there is a lot of balance, and there's a lot of balance required in this long-term plan and in this consultation document, because there's some very difficult decisions gone into the making of this. But one thing that we and the public can be sure of is that this consultation document and all of the facts and figures that underlie it have been properly derived, and they are accurately depicted and written in this consultation document. And that is testified to by the auditor. And so the auditor has given us an unqualified opinion for this document. And obviously many people have congratulated the staff for that, which is well deserved. And I think the document itself has got very good high-level headings and balloons and good explanations throughout, but also plenty of detail so that someone can skim it and get a good idea of things. There's some illustrations so that they can pick up on what's going on in the city and what we're planning for the city. But if they have the interest, they can delve much more deeply into the detail and find out plenty of information about what we're doing and what their rates money is being spent on. Some of the things it's not being spent on, Councillor Walker ran the list of things that have been cut from the budget, and many people will and have lamented that. However, what we have not cut money, in fact we've spent quite a lot more money, is infrastructure. And so Councillor Malley talked about previous difference of infrastructure spends in the past, and that is not the case for the present and for the future. You know, we've been spending a lot more money on Three Waters work right across the city. And in particular, in the very short term, we're spending a significant amount of money on South Dunedin pipes and pumps to reassure the people there against floods similar to what we've just had. And so that we're putting in pipes and pumps that will make an immediate difference to the dewatering capability of our system in South Dunedin, and that's very important to provide for those people of South Dunedin, and Councillor Fiso referred to them. They're also getting a new library and community hub. And so we are spending money in South Dunedin because we see South Dunedin does have a future. So it is not some place to be abandoned. It is somewhere to be cherished and nourished, and we know from our consultation that people want to live there. And one of the things that characterises us is that we do listen to the public when they bring their concerns to us and their opinions to us. So the thing is, with this, of course, we've got to have the balance between expenditure and income. And so, you know, similarly, we have to raise our income each year, because much and all, as some people might like to have, very low rates rises, equivalent perhaps to the rate of inflation. In fact, we have significant debt as well, so really we have to raise our rates by at least the amount of inflation in the economy plus the amount of interest, the typical interest rate in the economy, because that is what we have to fund each year, as well as improving things as we go. So I think this is a very good long-term plan, because we're in a situation where we can keep the rise. It's feasible to get the rates rise under 10% to single digits, and also we won't be going into 500% debt as some jurisdictions in New Zealand are. We're keeping within our pre-existing debt limit, and we have the opportunity to flatten that graph and even turn it downwards. So I think we're all the hard work that we've put into this, the arguments or the toing and froing and discussions that we've had, does mean that we've ended up with a reasonably balanced budget, and everybody would like to have more of what they want. And so that shows that it's not all on one side or the other, because everybody would like more of things they want. And so we've struck a balance. So with that, I'll put the motion that Council approves this consultation document and delegates the chief the authority to make any minor editing, and receives the auditor's report and adopts this subject to any changes that might be required. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem. He's not here, sorry. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-1.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the draft consultation document for local water done well. So that's in our supplementary agenda. So Mr. Ward, Ms. Kenton and Ms. Allen and Mr. McAuliffe will come to the front desk. So I'm sure, do we have questions at the ready? Are there any questions? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, sorry if I could just highlight, we've got a correction to make on the charts just to show the right label should show millions on the debt charts. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? I see none. Okay, so people are happy with the these consultation documents, so thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the opportunity to stretch your legs. Okay, Councillor O'Malley, happy to move. Councillor O'Malley is happy to move. Councillor Gilbert is happy to second. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Only briefly, in as much as this is the consultation document to go out to ask the people what model they particularly want to be interested in. I think the history of the council has been that we probably, ahead of almost any other council in the country, anticipated the changes that were coming before anybody else did, and as a consequence got onto it quite literally years before other councils did. So I am happy that our current position going out, preferred position, is in-house. And I would suggest that when the public looks at the consultation document, you won't be able to find any savings that are due to anything other than debt deferral between the two models. And therefore I think the public should consider that when they're considering how they want to feed back onto which model we should be operating in, and take into account that at the moment the Board of Governors over the water unit are councillors who can be or are directly picked by the community. And that is an important component to remember, because when you go to a CCO, the board will not be picked by the community.
Okay. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Lucas?
I just want to say to staff that please don't think that because there were no questions that we're not interested in. I just want to thank staff for the excellent workshop that we've had and the ability to have real input into the document, and we can see the effect of our input. So thank you to that, and I think that's the reason why there were no questions, because we've had that opportunity. So I just want to make that clear, that I think all of councillors have been very well engaged and have read the consultation document, which I think is well written and easily understood, and I'd like to thank the team for doing that, because it's not an easy issue with the current, well, it's not quite legislation yet, but within the framework within which you're having to draft the document. And I once again urge our community to read it and have their say. And it doesn't matter whether they speak on this or on the 9-year plan consultation document. All their submissions, regardless of where they comment, will be heard and will be listened to. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I pretty much, you stole my march there, Councillor. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. And I probably heard me muttering under my breath that we'd workshopped this to death. So I just want to also put my thanks on the table to staff who are working within a really difficult legislative environment with the local water done well stuff that's been spat out of the Three Waters work. I'm forever astounded that, I mean, I think of it almost of staff being able to pick up a spilt bowl of spaghetti and re-present it as a beautifully prepared lasagna. It's amazing that you can do that for people like me, who you all know I hate infrastructure, but this is hard stuff, and it must be a nightmare for you guys having to wade through hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of pages of high-level government documents and then distill it and create something that we can digest. And I quite like ultimately eating this lasagna that appears on my plate. But well done, it's incredible, and of course it's ongoing as well because it's still a moving object, this space, and it probably ain't going to settle for quite a while. So I'm sure I speak for everybody by giving you a big pat on the back.
Okay, that's all I've got. All right. Yeah, I think I suppose I'd like to say about the consultation document as I echo the words of Councillor O'Malley, and that I think it's a far better option for us as a city to be able to do it in-house, and especially in conjunction with their shared services arrangement with Christchurch. And the net difference between the two options is that doing it in-house saves us nearly $160 million of extra debt, so it keeps that off the books. Back to you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too just want to compliment the staff. I've been on a journey with a number of these staff members for quite a bit of time, and I would say that the interaction from both the political side and the operational side has been exceptional here. It's been a 1-2 team quite often. I can say feral things that staff are not allowed to say in meetings, and we did a lot of work over the years making sure that the council's objectives were lined up with what the staff were reporting, and I have to say that this is probably one of the most aligned places I've ever found myself in, where I actually genuinely believe that the relationship between the elected side of the council and the operational side of the council is probably the best it's ever been. And the consequence is an incredibly well constructed document. We workshopped this for months. It's almost 18 months long, the process of going through the full understanding of the three water system to make the council understand exactly what they were looking at. And as a consequence, I believe that this document reflects the huge amount of work, not superficial, but huge amount of work that's gone into understanding exactly what we face, explaining to the councillors exactly what we face, listening to the councillors coming back and developing this consultation document. So I think it's a reflection of a very healthy relationship between council and staff, and I believe it informs the public correctly, and I'm pretty sure the public will make the decision I think they're going to make.
Thank you. So having heard that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the motion as written on the screen behind me, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Next item is item 12, the Sustainability Framework Update. Now, I have a call to move this item to the June meeting, to leave it on the table until the June meeting. So, would you like to speak to that, Councillor?
Yes, I would. Understanding Orders 24.2C, I'd like to defer this item to the June 24th Council meeting. There is a motion up on the wall there. And just to briefly say why, I believe in reading this paper, I think there's a lot more to be done. I, for one, did not realise the impact of the 6th of March workshop that we held. I think there's a lot more options than what we have. There's also, I think, when you look at the impact that this has across council, there needs to be more work done, and I think we need to get this stronger. I, for one, was very engaged when Bridget Williams came down from Christchurch and we had the August workshop and how that worked. I'd like to see her come back and work with councillors and council staff and across the teams and actually work on, and I think we'd get a far simpler embedded SDGs across the council.
So now, got a seconder from Councillor Gilbert. Now, in terms of the protocol here, should we have questions of? No, we just put the motion.
Normally, because this essentially is a closure motion, you should ask for. You've had one speaker in favour. You should ask if there's another speaker in favour of the motion, and then up to two either way before you put that, because the motion has to be put.
Okay. Because it is an unusual circumstance, a closure motion. So we have two. We've got a mover and a seconder to do this. Is there anyone that wants to speak against that? So we have Councillor Gary, and we've got three. So Councillor Gary.
This has taken me by surprise, and I see the staff were there and we're almost at the table, so it's clearly taken them by surprise as well. I was one of the people who voted against the SDGs, but that was what council approved, and we asked staff to do the work, and now we're cutting them off at the knees, and as far as I can see, I'm really concerned about that. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
I won't support it either, but probably for different reasons. I think that far too much time and effort and resources gone into producing this paperwork in the first place. I think that, in my view, the sustainability framework should be largely about financial sustainability, and it isn't. I think that this sustainability framework work has become a vehicle for staff and councillors for activism, quite frankly, that has little value for the Dunedin ratepayers and citizens. So for those reasons, we've spent far too much time and effort, and look at the paperwork we've got already. I wouldn't welcome any more of it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be. Yes, you can have Councillor Gilbert. Yes.
Well, I will be supporting it, oddly enough, as I'm seconding it. As I'm also the person who started kind of the push towards the SDGs, certainly with motions. I would like to see us make sure that we do it once and we do it right. And to me, the options put forward in the report go a long way there, but they're not there. There's one, for me, there was only one option that even vaguely sort of made the mark, and it requires still quite a lot of work, and I think that Councillor Wiley is correct that we'll find a far more efficacious and expedient way of getting there to have an externally facilitated workshop by somebody who this is what they do. So that's why I'll be supporting it.
Okay, so this is quite an unusual occurrence. However, standing orders says that you have 2 for and 2 against, and then put the motion. So Councillor Wiley has put up a closure motion. So to close and adjourn the debate till June. And so as you can see on the front behind me, on the screen behind me, until the council meeting on 24th of June. And so we leave it essentially on the table. And he obviously has some ideas about things that need to be incorporated, and come back to it then. So that is the motion, and we've had 2 for and 2 against. So I'll now put the motion and take it by division. And if the motion fails, then we will,
And just to be clear, this is not laid on the table. That's a very different thing. Okay, so this is an adjournment of the item. Technically, it's a very different thing, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity. Yeah.
A bit of terminology there. So it's an adjournment until June. Right, so it hasn't been disappeared or taken away. It's just adjourned until then. So that's the motion. And I don't know, well, we've had the explanation we've had, so we'll put the motion, we'll take it by division. Let's go.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Pardon?
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-3.
Okay. And we'll come back and talk about it in a few months' time. It was 12 now. Proposed, item 13, proposed event road closures. Mr. McLean and Ms. Wakaira? No. So, questions for Mr. McLean. Page 180 of your agendas. Do you have any questions? Questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Okay. Then, thank you. I relished the opportunity to stretch your legs. Okay, so in which case I'll move that Council resolves to close the roads detailed in the agenda for the needs as expressed. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And it's pretty straightforward. Obviously, when things are happening, we need to close roads appropriately. Has anyone got anything else to say? Therefore, I'll put the motion that we resolve to close those roads. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And now, I think we will move to go into public, and then we'll take move to exclude the public, and then we'll take a break. Okay, so I move that we move into non-public. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And I move that we take 10 minutes.